Financial situations are a little different than like everybody else's. Have a good stay. Two stairs is better than one. But those are before you even go on your first step because you want to prepare something. You don't want to be out there down some old winter road and then all of a sudden have something happen. You got a 20-mile walk before you even start. So this time of year, there's not a lot of people around. So you want to be prepared for that. Once that's all taken care of,
They call your name, I want you to spring right out. When they call your name, I want you to spring right out.
I got
4 people in the family.
So that kind of stuff, I'll keep my tire plugs, toe straps, a basic toolkit. You want to make sure you have some sockets and stuff so you can get yourself through the small issues that might come up. So another thing that you really ought to have besides the flood kit. A flood kit is very important. So if you aren't familiar with it, watch YouTube. YouTube's pretty handy for all stuff. You don't know how to put a flood in your tire, watch a YouTube video, figure it out before you go up there. It could save a lot of hours and a lot of trouble so you can spend more time on the hunt and not worrying about your truck. A compressor, a little battery powered compressor is a pretty handy thing to have. So if you can plug it, you have the ability to pump the tire back up. I know I'm talking about a lot about tires, but tires are your main problem up there. The shale roof are going to tear them up. That's not right. So other things I like to have with me that never leave the truck is your chainsaw, gas and oil. So it's handy if you never know when you're going to get a storm up there, so you blow trees across the road, and place it and go into for 2 or 3 days. It's now blocked off with a bunch of blowdowns. You have a chainsaw with you, or some way to chainsaw is a lot easier than a buck saw. If you have a buck saw or something like that, some way to get yourself cut out, or after you shoot the moose, it comes in handy too to cut little paths and stuff out of the way if you're going to be dragging it out or packing it out like we do. A gadget have gadgets with you. I know a lot of people use apps like Onyx and stuff, and I do them. They're very handy. I would never want to give them up now that I'm using them. But electronics, as we all know, electronics can go bad. The batteries die, and then all of a sudden you don't have any map. So put gadgets here if you're familiar with it, or at least some sort of map. A come along I found out really handy tool to have with it. Whether it's if you're taking the detail hole, house wall, if you're going on a big group, get it up in the back of the truck, whatever. There's a lot of things you can use to come along for. One thing you need during the morning talked about not very long ago was with the fire extinguisher. You don't, a lot of times you're not going to use it at all. You're not going to think about everything, but there are maybe situations, Brandon was just telling me about one the other day, that you'll be glad if you can fit one in, steal it from the underneath the 50% when you're going on the hunt. If nobody's at home, take your fire extinguisher with you and put it in the truck. You may be glad you have it. Another thing that I like to put in, you have flashlights that you take with you hunting, you have flashlights around camp. Have some flashlights or headlamps that are going to stay right in your truck and that you're not going to use. Just in case that fire at nighttime, you're packing out at nighttime, you know you have one. Another thing that is really handy is we know when you go up there on moose hunt, you know you're going to be around the woodpeckers, the crops, and stuff like that. So if you can afford to get a radio, a MERS radio, a lot of them up there they're on the MERS radio. If you can pick one of those up, even just a handheld one, that usually they only reach out about a mile, but it'll be a huge help here. You know when that truck's coming, you can get off the road, and I promise you don't want it in your moose hunt wrapped around with trucks. And the MERS radio is something that could really and help us on the forward. We appreciate the ability to go up there and hunt moose, but we're also playing in their office. So the more that we are out of their way, the better it is for them, the more apt they are to help us in the field. So that's a big one. There's a few things that are nice to have that I don't, if you had the money for them, I would say I would highly recommend picking it up. One of them that I have with me all the time and never leaves the truck is a booster pack. So you can jump the top with it, it's got a compressor, so pumping up tires, it's got a flashlight and all that kind of stuff, and it's just a game tool that has, whether you need it or somebody else needs it, it's just self-sufficient. That's what I'm trying to get at with this whole thing. Okay, you want to be self-sufficient when you get up there. If you run into an issue, you're going to be able to get yourself back out to at least where you can get some help. Light bars. Light bars are, I wouldn't even want to travel at nighttime without them on my truck. I know everybody doesn't have the ability to go put them on their truck and you have it. But when you travel at nighttime, the more you can see the ditches, the more you can see out in front of you and not get surprised by moose running out into the road, the better off you're going to be. Another thing that is nice to have, not everybody can have one, I understand, but they call them track simulators.
No, I need to say hi to you guys. Hi, I'm
And then there's multiple reasons that you would kind of want to have one.
I just love how you do.
And then there's a few things that some people don't think about, but I think have been some of the best parts of my news on is when or just if it's a long day, rainy day, keep it cold and stove. Keep cold and stove in the truck with them, so when you walk back to the news, you have a few hours there, and you're just, I mean, you can pull out that cold and stove and those freeze-dried meals or whatever, you don't have to worry about them in a cooler or anything like that. That's sometimes it's one of the best memories I've had is sharing a meal on the back of the bed and after a successful day, no eating.
So not across the street.
Farmington and talk to that. A lot of times, sometimes I spend the stove in the back and then forget to eat and stuff. So get there and keep trying to or follow something you got the meal. I think that's all I got for now. Good luck, everybody. Won't be long now when the draw in. That's some great advice right there. I hope you're taking notes. Remember we talked about how to get you on a moose hunt if you didn't have a moose tag, right? How to reasonable way in, you make good biscuits and you know how to get firewood or whatever. I just was inspired when I listened to them talking about tin pies. You gotta have some good tires on that truck. So Fred gets a moose tag, right? He's got some P tires in there with a nickel, but guess what you got on your truck? You got some new 10 pies, baby. If you can't wiggle your way into that hunt, volunteer the truck as long as the truck can go with you or you can go with the truck. That's a new way to get yourself on one of the most epic and iconic hunts in the lower 48. I'll say that till the day I die. Okay, we got a little bit of time left. Here's your chance to either embarrass yourself with a dumb question or shoot out a really relevant question and ask some of these guys that have got a long in the tooth that are pretty damn savvy when it comes to moose hunting. Anyone out there got a burning question for this outfit? Don't be bashful. We got a mic or I can repeat the question. Any questions out there? You know it all, said it all, figured out, right? What a presentation these guys did. Nobody has any questions. We got a question. I got one eye. I got an excuse. I missed it.
Big buck, Boone and Crockett score or win? Boone and Crockett score. What's the record? 220 and something. Boone and Crockett score. Huh? Double piece.
The candidate over there, she just can't get a point. She's Farmington guy. Roger, tell him on the mic. Lee Shan says, and who would dispute Lee Shan's, around 220 something, Boone and Crockett score is the biggest major bull in Maine. Now, another interesting question to me would be, what's the widest width, and we've got books that say that, but any of you boys know the widest rack in Maine, 68? Lee Shan says back in the 1900s, they killed a bull with a 70-inch wide rack, but they didn't record him at the time or it didn't get registered with Boone and Crockett. That's a question.
How you doing? Mike Soul. I'm a West Maine guy, master guy for 35 years. I've been on 33 moose hunts. And I've talked to two of my good friends that are marine biologists trying to get a question on why are we doing moose cow hunts. They said 60% of the cows that we see are pregnant in November. Why are we still doing that? That's almost 5 moose per moose. That's what they kill the cows. I'm just curious why, if somebody could tell me why we're doing that.
This gentleman's wondering why we kill moose in Maine, and the guy that can answer that, one of the guys that can answer that, is presenting at the International Moose Conference.
No, I'm talking about cow moose.
I say what?
You said moose.
Cow.
Yeah. I'm just curious, I mean, like I said, I've been on 32 moose hunts. I had one client that shot a cow and I didn't like it.
Would anyone like to field that question? Why are we killing cow meat?
The reason they're doing it in some of the spots is because they're trying to bring the population down to see if they can knock the tick population down. Is the reason that they're doing it. Whether anyone agrees with that or not, that's everyone's opinion. But the reason the state is doing it is because they're trying to bring the whole moose population down in a test area so that they can see if it brings the winter ticks down.
But the cow is statewide. And I'll tell you,
I'm not the guy to answer it. That's just my limited knowledge on that.
of the 32 moose I've been on, I'll tell you what, I don't think we found one tick on 32 moose. Actually, I've been on, there's only 4 moose.
The ticks are definitely on the move.
They're on some deer and.
So while you're hunting moose,
Why?
no, while you're hunting them and you harvest one, the ticks aren't what you think they are. They're microscopic, they're little red dots. They look that you wouldn't, unless you know what you're looking for, you go through them with a comb, you would not find a tick on them. The ticks don't come to start sucking blood until halfway through the winter, and then that's when they start swelling up and growing, and that's when we see them.
Well, I know all about ticks and deer and hunting, and like I said, I've been hunting all my life since I was 1 years old, and now I've been guiding for 35 years, and I think it's been, I talked to 2 of my friends that are biologists, they don't agree with this, they don't want it, I won't mention the names, but, you know, they're saying 60% of the cows that we shoot are pregnant.
I believe that. I mean,
So how many moose are we losing every year? One cow is, in 5 years, is at least 4 moose. So times that by the road, 1,600.
this is more of a question to take the lead or someone down at IMW. I don't have experience other than, like I said, the fact that when people say they don't see ticks on moose in the fall when they harvest them, it's because they're not there to be seen. They're there, but they might just
You just said the answer. They're not there to be seen. I'm sorry.
We just did a podcast, a True North Lifestyle podcast, and actually the one we just dropped is with Lee Cantor, with the moose biologist, and so you can listen to that and listen to what he has to say. I'm not an expert on it, but I got to defer to him because that's what his life is devoted to biology of moose in Maine. A lot of people think that it's a big money grab and that's all the state cares about. I believe that Lee's mission is to have a good moose herd. I don't think anyone that's managing our moose herd is trying to just get money and not manage a good herd. So I believe in what he's doing because I have to defer to his experience and what his education is. But there's a lot of your questions might be answered on that.
I just think that we ought to look into a lot more. I think population, I depend on it in my life, but you know what? The moose is a very part of all of our lives.
I think we all would, and I even said it on that podcast. I gave up moose hunting for however long they thought was necessary. But I'm not the expert. I know that they're working hard to try to figure it out. And they don't know the exact answers yet. It's not an exact science. People have their ideas of shooting the moose with paintballs and salt licks and everything else, but in the end, it's not practical and that doesn't work. I mean, it's ridiculous to think you can do it. It's hard enough to count the moose, let alone put a paintball on it. Right? So all I do know is that they are trying to figure it out. They're traveling all over the world. They're studying it the best they can, and I think they're doing the best they can.
I just want to bring it out to everybody, just so it's looking a little bit more. All right, thank you.
Yeah, we're not equipped to answer that question. Fair question. Any other interesting question or probing question to our panel up here? We're getting close, ladies and gentlemen. You don't dare give me your seat up, go to get a hamburger, do you? Any other questions? Yes, sir.
If we got time, maybe a couple of questions, but we have the state divided out into districts, but no really good maps of the specific district. If we could get maps large enough to show all the road networks.
When you get drawn for your use permit, they'll send it to you in your packet. It's the exact, all of your boundaries around your zone.
At the boundary, I know where boundaries are, but I don't have a map big enough to show the road networks.
I guess I didn't understand what you're saying. They'll give you with your packet the boundaries of the zone, but you want to know all the roads that are in it?
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you this, like if you have a desert deal, which is what everybody used before we had the zones, they don't have all the roads, but you can get the phone map, and again, it doesn't have to be Onyx, but my Onyx map, when I go up there, has basically all of them within a year, so that's probably the closest one that you're gonna get, is an app from your phone.
Doesn't answer my
What is your question then? What is?
If I get drawn by, for example, then I'd like to have a map that applies that just zone 5. If I get zone 1, then I want a map of zone 1.
You can go right to Hello Beans and get those topographical maps.
I know what's helped me is you take the main gazetteer, and you go to that area and you go to the boundaries that is given to you by the Fish and Game Department, and you outline it in the gazetteer, and everything within that is all the roads fairly up to date without using Onyx, if that makes sense.
So what you're saying is you want the state to make that map for you and send it to you?
That would be nice.
All right, then we got people from Inland Fisheries and Wildlife here right now. They've heard that. I'm not going to be able to do that for you, but if they've heard it, they might be able to.
I understand that. But if I look at the gazetteer, then we're looking at maybe 5, 6 maps to look at one zone. And it's a pain in the butt. Second question, what's your policy of guides or the North Main roads or the state of Maine about blocking roads?
Depends so long. You can't, the warden service, like if the warden service comes or you come across somebody and you think that they blocked the road, and you can report that. You can't block roads. That's already in the law.
Okay, good questions. We defer to the people with the numbers and the names, right? And Inland Fisheries and Wildlife will take this situation over and have it well in hand. And we appreciate your attention, and we hope we've made a suggestion or two that will be helpful on your moose hunt in 2025. Give a hand to our close up here in the morning.
Turtles? Not yet. We're waiting for them to get done laying their eggs. Make an omelet.
You see a big one, you know how big Henderson is? It's on Route 2, called Silver Ridge. I came down the other night just for a knock. There was one up there beside the road. They're on the move right Must be. You got that going. They're going to come marching in here. Hey, we'll
Just want to give everyone a 5-minute warning. We'll settle down. We'll have the national anthem in about 5 minutes. So thanks so much for coming today.
years.
Oh, yeah.
My grandson, he's 15, he shot it for me.
Got 11?
No, 6. Up Tracy Brook off 212.
Oh, yeah. It's good one.
Yeah, that's a lot of big cuts on that road. The only thing is, Irvin's killed a lot of them. Where you got your bus now? Up in Pitlock? Yeah, Drew, yeah.
Welcome to
Seen
the
that last one.
2025 Bruce Lottery Drawing. Thank you so much. We're going to ask you all to stand for the Maine Warden Service Color Guard and the playing of the national anthem. Thank you. You may be seated. So, my name is Brent West. I'm the Executive Director of the High Peaks Alliance, and we wanted to pull this day off with the Farmington Chamber, County Chamber of Commerce, and we're really excited to see the turnout today. The High Peaks Alliance works as a conservation and recreation group in the High Peaks of Maine. So right here, you're in the gateway of the High Peaks in Franklin County, and just north of here, you have 10 of the 14 tallest mountains in Maine. So we're really dedicated to keeping access for sportsmen, for hikers, for hunters. We buy land, we conserve it, we work on trails. And when you guys support the High Peaks Alliance, you support keeping things open. So we wanted to bring it all here today to celebrate that heritage. We have a big moose hunting tradition in this neck of the woods, and we're really proud to have this here today. We've been around since 2007. Recently, we've mapped 1,700 miles of trails, surveyed over 130 locations of recreational access in the High Peaks. And we really need sportsmen like you to step up into the land conservation world, into the access world,
where we'll have something to hand down to the next generation. We couldn't have done this event by ourselves, so we really want to thank our sponsors today. The presenting sponsor, Franklin Savings Bank, has been a great supporter of us in Franklin County. We have Maine Media, LL Bean, Fowler's Bakery and Mischief, United Insurance, University of Maine Farmington, Central Maine Power, Ripley and Fletcher's, plus of Farmington, and Mountainside Power Sport. And they are all responsible and deserve a round of applause for our sponsors. When Emily McCabe reached out to us to do this, she said, we'll give you a tent and a PA system and you can do with it what you want. But we wouldn't have got all these vendors here and had this great turnout without a few of our volunteers. And we really wanted to give out a shout out to Shannon Smith, Al Kaplan, Roger Lambert, John Rogers, Scott Landry from the High Peaks Alliance side. We really thank you for your effort and your countless hours putting this together. We also want to thank the Maine Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife for giving us this opportunity to bring all you people here to Farmington, Maine. The Maine Office of Tourism also awarded this effort a grant, and we want to thank them as well. All this partnership strengthens our outdoor heritage and why we're here to get outside and hopefully get a great big moose. So, if you do love the outdoors, you do carry these things around for the next generation, I would consider this an ask for you guys to get more involved in High Peaks Alliance and other groups like that. So thank you so much today, and I'm here to introduce a couple more people. The first is our partner, JP Fortier, the Executive Director of the Franklin Chamber of Commerce. Here you go, JP. How's everybody doing? We couldn't have asked for a better day. I think we cashed all of our chips in for today. We had a nice weekend last weekend, but definitely today is a great day. And I just want to thank all of you for coming to Farmington. I want to thank all the volunteers we have, all the event sponsors. It's a great day. So who's ready to get their name picked today? Well, best of luck to everybody. I got my hat in the drawing as well, so good luck to you all. Make sure you enjoy all the great vendors while the lottery's going on, and just have a great day, and thanks so much for coming to Farmington. Thank you, Jackie. We'd like to give our presenting sponsor a few minutes for remarks. I'm going to introduce Courtney Austin, the Assistant Vice President, Marketing Director of Franklin Savings Bank. Thank you so much.
I'm a little bit shorter than everyone else who's gone before me. So, as Brent graciously announced, my name is Courtney Austin. I'm the Marketing Director for Franklin Savings Bank. As a native of Franklin County, I've grown up calling the High Peaks my home, and I know that many of my Franklin Savings Bank team members feel the same. Events like these that really bring people into our communities and support outdoor recreation we know are such important economic drivers for our state. We're proud to sponsor this event and ones like it. And we're especially happy to be able to bring some new faces into Farmington today. This event and the surrounding areas have so much to offer, and we hope that you're able to spend some time going around and seeing some of these different locations and some of these area businesses while you're up around. Maybe you'll even have time to go hike one of the scenic 7 trails in High Peaks guidebook. If you haven't got your hands on yours yet, feel free to stop by the Franklin Savings Bank table. And now, I can't really call myself the marketing director if I don't make a subtle plug for the bank as well. Franklin Savings Bank cares about the things that you care about. We care about the things that make Maine great. And we hope that the next time you're looking to fulfill your banking needs, whether it be your loan, a checking account, or really anything that falls within that banking realm, you look to a bank that cares about what you care about. You look to Franklin Savings Bank. And while you're out there hunting this fall, I'm going to leave you all with a message that my friend's mom always used to say to us. Be safe, be smart, be responsible, and make good choices. Congratulations and good luck to all the hunters out there.
Thank you so much, Courtney. She is a super help for our community for sure. I'd like to also introduce Kristen Valasus. I asked her 10 times, but she'll introduce herself. Credit card program manager at the Bangor Savings Bank. We really do appreciate their support, regardless of my phonics.
Thank you. It's Phyllis Suso, and everybody gets it wrong, so it's okay. Good afternoon. Wow, did we get lucky the sun has made an appearance, especially after yesterday's windstorm. My name is Kristen Suso, and I'm thrilled to be here today in beautiful Farmington. I am proud to share that I am a true Mainer at heart. I live in Orrington with my husband and stepson. I work at Bangor Savings Bank leading our credit card department, and I love everything outdoors. Yes, even winter and black fly season, and I'm always up for a Maine adventure. Thank you all for being here today to celebrate Maine's unique outdoor traditions. The suspense of waiting for your name to be called is real. I went on my first moose hunt a few years ago with my stepson. The mornings were beautiful and crisp. Every stump and blown over tree started to resemble a big moose. And the memories you make being in the woods and riding those dirt roads are unforgettable. Fingers crossed my name gets drawn today. Villasusa. From hiking and canoeing to hunting, fishing, and camping, Maine's long tradition of outdoor recreation and conservation is critical to supporting our local economies and the vibrant communities where we live, work, and play. For over 173 years, Bangor Savings Bank has been committed to delivering a You Matter More promise to help our employees, customers, and communities thrive. So as a community bank, we believe in building genuine, lasting relationships. We're dedicated to making a positive impact in our community, and we are honored to be one of the presenting sponsors of today's event. We hope you'll stop by our Bangor Savings booth and say hello while you're here. Thank you to the Franklin County Chamber of Commerce and our fellow sponsors for making this event a success. Thank you and good luck.
Without further ado, I'd like to introduce Judy Canusa, the Commissioner of Maine, Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. And I hope you guys have a great time today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the 2025 Moose Lottery. My name is Judy Canusa. I'm the Commissioner of Maine Fish and Wildlife, and I can't tell you how excited I am to be here. Today is one of my favorite days. The Moose Lottery is always such an amazing event. The opportunity for folks to go on a hunt of a lifetime is just phenomenal. I want to take a minute and thank the town of Farmington, the High Peaks Alliance, and Franklin County Chamber of Commerce, and the sponsors for being such gracious hosts. Everybody here has been so welcoming. It's been such a pleasure to work with you all. And it's amazing to see so many people here. I will say that every year we go on the Moose Lottery, and I am astounded at the event and how many people show up. And every year I think, good luck to the next town, because they're not going to top this. But really, it seems that every year the event just gets better and better. So congratulations to the community in Farmington for hosting such an amazing event. As you all probably know, the modern moose hunt began back in 1980. We always had the Moose Lottery in Augusta. In 1999, we started sharing the fun and moving the lottery around. And since then, we've been all over the state, and we have thoroughly enjoyed the warm welcome that the department receives wherever we go. I'm excited to start reading the names. I know that's why we're all here. I just want to tell you a little bit about next year so that you can start making plans. And I'm happy to announce that the 2026 Moose Lottery will be in the town of Acton in York County. Woo-hoo! We have about 7 towns that are reading this right now, so pretty awesome. Before we go, I know everybody's eager to hear your name called out today. I just want to give you a few guidelines of how we're going to do today, so we'll make it a little bit easier and more enjoyable for everyone. First, we'll be reading the names in the order in which they were drawn and announcing the name of the recipient and the town and state that they are from. So this is important to note. We're going to read the town first to catch your attention, followed by the first and last name of the residents. This was of the recipient. This was a suggestion made a couple years ago. It really worked well last year in Fort Kent. So you'll hear the town and think, oh, that's my town. Let's pay attention. The volunteer name readers would be doing their best to speak slowly and clearly. We know that it can be hard to hear in an outdoor space with hundreds of people, so please be courteous and please forgive any mispronunciations I'm sure you're gonna make. And if you need to take a call or anything like that, please just do that, step aside and do that quietly so you don't disturb your neighbors. If you're drawn and you hear your name but don't catch the details of the permit that you were drawn for, you can come up to the front table. We'll do our best to check that information for you. As a reminder, the results will be available online at mainefishwildlife.com by 5 p.m. today. This year, there are 4,105 permits. There were a total of 76,217 applicants. So we expect it to take about 3.5 hours to complete the drawing, so settle in. And before I begin to read the names of those who will be enjoying Hunt of a Lifetime, I just want to thank you all for your support of the department and its programs and for making the time to come and be here with us today. So good luck to everybody. Before I start reading names, the first list is going to be read by my boss, Governor Janet Mills. Those of you who don't know, Governor is an avid outdoors woman and an enormous supporter of the department. Alright, so those of you who don't know, Governor is an avid outdoors woman, long-standing supporter of the department. He has been instrumental in helping us promote outdoors for all kinds of people, and we spend plenty of time out in the outdoors, fishing, hiking, birding, bird hunting. So please welcome Governor Mills.
I'm not reading your name. Maybe I won't read any names. You're going to be rude, I'm not reading your name. Welcome to Farmington, Maine. I'm pleased to be here. This is my hometown, my turf. Keep it up, I'm not reading your name.
We have daughters.
All right, listen. I want to thank Two Franklin Savings Bank, United Insurance, Victory Media, Bangor Savings Bank, UMF, Mountainside Power Sports, Ripley Picture. Keep it up, I'm not going to read any names.
Go to the bedroom. I have a daughter. I have 5 daughters. Yeah, then stand up for them. Stand up for them.
I'm not going to read any names until you quiet down because nobody can hear me if I did. We're not reading any names until you quiet down.
You work for us. You work for us. You forget that. Get someone else to read the name. Get someone else to read the name.
Nobody's reading the names until you quiet down. How many people have put in for a chance at the lottery? How many people here have a chance? How many? All right. Do you want to hear the names? Yeah. All right. You got to hear the names, but only so you can hear me, and people have to calm down and listen. All right. The first name is from Falmouth, Maine. The name is Roger Gagnon. All right, that's the first name. Second, from Smyrna Mills. Anybody here from Smyrna Mills?
She works for us. You guys forget.
Perry Burpee. Phillips name. How many from Phillips here? All right. I hope your name. Oh, your name is not Melanie Hagan. You know Melanie Hagan? Melanie Hagan has a moose permit. Industry Maine. How many from Industry? Industry Maine. Rick Tibbetts. All right. Presque Isle, Arlen Dow from Presque Isle. South Paris, Stephen McDonald. East Wilton, there must be someone from East Wilton. Richard LaCourse. Spruce Head, Dana Smith. Augusta, Clayton Davis. Dresden, George Pottle. Whitapitlock, Greg Lemieux. Falmouth, Maine, Curtis Ball. These are all people from Maine. These are in-staters. Winthrop, Maine, Bruce Janelli. Lyman, Maine. There's got to be a winner in this audience pretty soon here. I know one who isn't. Lyman, Maine, Sonia Gagnon. South Paris, Cynthia Zills. Hampton, Maine, Larry Moore. Wyndham, Maine, Mark Pillsbury. Englewood, Florida. How did he get in here? Whoops. Let's skip him. Litchfield, Maine, Clifton Martin. All right! Yeah. Clifton gets a permit. All right. Jay, Maine. Anybody from Jay? Of course. Ryan McDonald. You here? Ryan? Stand up! Come on! All right, Brian. Got a couple winners here in present. Madawaska. That was a long ways to come. Madawaska, Jake Marquis. Mexico, Maine, Joe Arsenal. Arsenal's in Mexico. Norway, Maine, George Townsend. Orr's Island, Jay McGowan. Carmel, Maine. Let's see, let them up that way. Carmel, Maine, Tom Farrow. Oakfield, Maine, Jerome Collier. Mechanic Falls, Forrest Martin. Fairfield, Richard Mosier. Topsfield, Russell Dwelly. Wiscasset, Thomas Niles. Union, Gary Seavey. Brewer, anybody from Brewer? Eugene Monahan. Old Orchard Beach, Pete Smith. Waterville, Charles Underwood. Auburn, Richard. All right. All right. Congratulations, Pete. Auburn, Richard Keach. Old Town, Michael Parent. Atkinson, Jeffrey Kreider. Abbott, Herbert Libby. Frankfurt, Doug Lyford. Enfield, Vincent Marzilli. Frenchville, Maine, Robert Chassie. Dover Foxcroft, Kelsey Simmons. Benton, Ronald Hood. Fort Kent, Donald Babin. Lincoln, Maine, Kevin Crocker. Anybody from Lincoln? All right. Leamington, Ben Libby. Eastport, wow, Samantha Small. Cornville, Justin Tuttle. Elliott, Maine, Benjamin McKay. All right, now so we got 3 winners in the audience. South Paris, Dennis Tripp. Mohawk, Wyatt McCarthy. Calais, Maine, Nancy Feiner. Salem Township, John Vashon. Pittsfield, Maine, Todd Malone. Blue Hill, Tori Slavin. Oakland, Joe Barney. Green, anybody from Green here? Mark Sullivan. Now you're, all right. You know him. Tell him he's got a move for him. Kenduskeag, Tammy Farwell. Turner, Maine, Colby Varney. Dover Foxcroft, Eric Campbell. Rangeley, Abigail Kay. Augusta, Linda Moody. New Gloucester, Valerie Ridlin. Gorham, Harry Hamlin. Cumberland, Curtis Libby. Litchfield, James Heald. Saco, James Sargent. Harrington, Devin Beal. Bowdoin, Maine, Jordan Martin. Easton, Kyle Russell. Bradford, Walton Arantz. Medford, William Russell. Wyndham, anybody from Wyndham? Donald Nichols. Biddeford, Maurice Belangi. Bryant Pond, Donald Jackson. Harmony, Joshua Adams. Somebody knows him. Sydney, Derek Willette. Milford, Corey Day. Frenchville, Kirk Blanchette. Old Orchard Beach, Chris Hibbert. Winterport, Benjamin Bradford. Greenville Junction, Robert Brennan. Dover Foxcroft, Nelson Stevens. Cherryfield, Uriah Merchant. Sabatis, must be somebody from Sabatis here. Janet Craig. Sanford, Stanley Follett. Durham, William Bowen. Ogunquit, Gerald DeHart. I know that one. East Millinocket, Troy Merritt. Greenville, again, Greenville. Jeffrey Rose. Camden, Brady Trenier. Millinocket, again. Jason Barron. No. Poland, Dan Vining. Eastport, Lauren Small. Solon, Elaine Ellows. Wyndham, Jason Sperry. Newburgh, yeah, somebody knows him? Newburgh, Maine, Haley Hutchinson. Bradley, Maine, Christopher Albert. And Richmond, Maine, Anthony Hooper. And that's the first 100 right there. Wow. We got a long ways to go. We have 4,100 total. We're down to 4,000 now. Stay tuned. We'll be back. All right.
All right. So again, town first, then the name, and I'm Judy Camuso. So Bradley, Maine, Thomas Preble. Livermore Falls, Craig Jackman. East Baldwin, Nathan Terrio. Naples, Amy Dugas. Waltham, Jason Crossman. New Portland. Oh, yes, sir. New Portland, Linda Derlin. Bradley, Darrell Smith. Fort Kent, Alexander Nadeau. Durham, Sarah Minahan. Stratton, Dawson Chauvette. Falmouth, Anthony Hayes. Lebanon, Stephen Pierpont. Princeton, Kyle Pike. Herman, Tyler Crosby. Burlington, Mass. Thomas De Silva. Union, Paul Dowdy. Lincolnville, Bruce Michelson. Strong, Matthew Lane. September 4th, Beaver. Scarborough, Scott Griffin. Jonesboro, Stephen Pinio. Easton, Mose Stewart Zentruber. There we go. Yes, thank you. Schwartzentruber. Livermore, Anthony York. Dexter, Peter Murray. Warren, Linda Monroe. Eastbrook, Caitlin Dickens. J, Karen McCourt. Woo! Congratulations! September Bull. Winthrop, Stephen Garwood. Porter, Robert Croteau. Lowell, Tyler Gardner. Princeton, Jean Clark. Great Neck, New York. William McGeer. Caribou, Alexander Thibodeau. Oakland, Rebecca Kingsbury. Eatonit, Georgia. Sidney Hall. Chatham, New York. Eric Pilkington. South Kingston, Rhode Island. John Dodd. Moore, South Carolina. Nancy Dixon. Manchester Center, Vermont. Tom Hanson. Malvern, Pennsylvania. Robert Berger. Lost Creek, West Virginia. Travis Miller. Red Rock, Texas. Charles Booth. Marcellus, New York. Ross, Ireland. Shapley, Maine. Barbara Grimes. Fairhaven, Mass. Horatio Harigia. Shirley, Mass. William Higgins. Corneth, Maine. Daniel Crosby. Waldeboro, Maine. Michael Chuley. Manchester, New Hampshire. David Ledoux. Madawaska, Maine. Linda McDermott. Johnstown, Colorado. Timothy Connors. Foley, Alabama. Michael Saylor. Cardington, Ohio. Sheila Arhart. Derry, New Hampshire. Denise Pelletier. Blanchard, Oklahoma. Matthew Tank Ursley. Great Barrington, Mass. Lori Hills. Williamsburg, Maine. Jason Bowie. Fairfield, Pennsylvania. Mark Brown. Millinocket, Maine. Stella Fluid. Temple, Maine, Scott Sawyer. Lincoln, Maine, Robert Keegan. Burrville, Rhode Island, Scott Hingley. Harrington, Maine, Norman Lake. Chelsea, Michigan, Charles Schumacher. Old Tappan, New Jersey, Brian Smithson. New Gloucester, Maine, James Wallace. Hope Valley, Rhode Island, Philip Edwards. Romney, West Virginia, Randall Buckley. Columbus, Indiana, Jonathan Vincent. Methuen, Mass, Stephen Olive. Lebanon, Kentucky, Todd Harding. Margaretville, New York, John Drew. Fort Kent, Maine, Jackson Chenard. St. Charles, Missouri, Tamala Helpy. Grafton, Mass, Brian Ellis. Bradley, Maine, Barry Sullivan. Pelham, Alabama, Richard Hope. Stratton, Maine, Brian Cooper. Bel Air, Maryland, Albert Daniels. South Abington Township, Pennsylvania, William James. Cannonsburg, Pennsylvania, Nathan Boda. Punta Gorda, Florida, Scott Aiken. Wales, Maine, Sarah Barbie. Vendimi, Minnesota, Darren Larson. Arundel, Maine, Troy Parker. Wellesley, Maine, Emily Hopkins. Hudsonville, Michigan, Brian Evans. Woolwich, Maine, Greg Flaherty. Cambridge, Nebraska, Chad Taylor. North Chatham, New York, Carl Bornhorst. Newcastle, Maine, John Waltz. Lancaster, Pennsylvania, Scott Frick. Orange, Mass, Scott Margilano. Brian, Akron, Pennsylvania, Joseph Maddock. Reading Center, Connecticut, Gerald Yanowski. Kenduskeag, Maine, Dakota Taylor. All right. Ryan, New Hampshire, Sean Joyce. Forks River, New Jersey, Michael Spang. Claremont, New Hampshire, Ray Parker. Duncansville, Pennsylvania, Gerald Hurt. And Waldeboro, Maine, Charles Trott. Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, so that's my list. Now I'm going to pass it to Deputy Commissioner Tim Peabody.
Thank you, Judy.
Deputy Commissioner, we've never been drawn before, and I know I'm not on this 100 names either, so I'm responding at the moment. So, Philadelphia, New York, Robert Kramer. Memphis, Tennessee, Brent Seiler. Brutus, Michigan, Michael Stout. Broadbent, New York, Jeffrey Graves. Newcastle, Maine, Diana Russell. Cornish, Maine, Walter Taylor. Surmall, Mississippi, Jonathan Ottman. New York City, New York, Brendan Wren. Wantage, New Jersey, John Montefusco. Dexter, Maine, Trampus King. Peabody, Mass, Anthony Malia. Skinny, Pennsylvania, Eugene Turner. Seminole, Texas, Jeremy Spears. Putnam, Connecticut, Gary Brown. Brownville, Maine, Judy DeLirio. Maidens, Virginia, Michael Sablowski. New Hampton, New York, Andrew Shaduskia. Buxton, Maine, Nathan Faulkner. Reedfield, Maine, Samuel Linton. Eastport, Maine, Glenn Yorkort. Reedfield, Maine, David Palmer. Rockwood, Maine, Slade Goffney. New Sharon, Maine, Bailey Hawes. Cornville, Maine, Jason Cook. Waterboro, Maine, Peter Libby. Mapleton, Maine, Kelly Lumrow. Bedford, Maine, Timothy Chase. Thomaston, Maine, Katrina Johnson. Topson, Maine, Lawrence Palmer. Bedford, Maine, Regine Roy. Bass Harbor, Maine, Melissa Carter. Pittsburgh, Maine, George Williams. Bangor, Maine, Charles Hamill. Winthrop, Maine, Veronica LaSpell. Lisbon, Maine, Christopher Parker. Lebanon, Maine, William Morrison. Gorham, Maine, Adela Bailey. North Yarmouth, Maine, Scott LaFlame. Wells, Maine, Richard Libby. Jonesport, Maine, Dennis Alley. Clinton, Maine, Brian Bickford. New Gloucester, Maine, Sarah Sparks. Zone 18, October 1, Bull. Waterford, Maine, Garrett Philbrown. Buxton, Maine, Blake Plummer. Portland, Maine, David Fouillette. Hiram, Maine, Don Colbruth. Waldorf, Maine, Jonathan Dickinson. Palmyra, Maine, Laura Wilbur. Jonesport, Maine, Gordon Falkenham. Pittsfield, Maine, Joshua Chenard. Chesterville, Maine, Shane Knight. Norwalk, Maine, Renee Proctor. Orrington, Maine, Robert Bishop. Blue Hill, Maine, Chris Robertson. Dresden, Maine, Michael Seegers. Wiscasset, Maine, Sean Barnes. Westbrook, Maine, David Lehman. Biddeford, Maine, Dylan Morse. Durham, Maine, Michael Carver. Millbridge, Maine, Cheryl Dorr. Green, Maine, Dennis Longchamps. East Machias, Maine, Brian Smith. Brewer, Maine, Scott Williamson. Unity, Maine, Matthew Raven. Frenchville, Maine, Colby Albert. Frenchville, Maine, Linda Picard. New Vineyard, Maine, Caitlin Swartz. Dedham, Maine, Brett Weber. Gardner, Maine, Carl Dad. Holland, Maine, Zachary Gooden. Bethel, Maine, Nate Crooker. Deer Isle, Maine, Amelia Damon. Green, Maine, Adam Blake. Avon, Maine, Austin Thorndike. Princeton, Maine, Amanda Larkin. Mechanic Falls, Maine, Eric Penman. Bowdoin, Maine, Elizabeth Hertz. Westfield, Maine, Angela Brubar. Oakland, Maine, Robert Hafford. Mapleton, Maine, Daniel Collins. Windsor, Maine, Rusty Cook. Belgrade, Maine, Michael Capone. Niwaska, Maine, Laura Hugo. All right. Is that Rusty? Capone. Zone 11, September Bull. Niwaska, Maine, Laura Chibo. Unity, Maine, Mason Raven. Carlton, Maine, Canton, Maine, excuse me. Thaddeus Bennett, Clinton, Maine, Samuel Kimball. North Berwick, Maine, Leslie Place. Linneus, Maine, Matthew McEwen. Bowdoin, Maine, Adam Nickerson. East Millinocket, Daniel Nadeau. Winthrop, Maine, Jason Culp. Arundel, Maine, Peter Gallant. Greenville Junction, Peyton Penny. Dexter, Maine, Dan Arsenal. Benton, Maine, Barbara Ruby. Cornish, Maine, Daniel Darling. Acton, Maine, Bruce Lambert. Kate Nedick, Maine, Jeffrey Dellison. Poland, Maine, Connor Farrington. Monticello, Maine, Donald Ardell. Representative Jim Thorne, step right up. My name on there.
Good afternoon, my name is Jim Thorne. I'm state representative for District 35, which is Carmel and Harlan. And I am on the Inland Fisheries and Wildlife Committee. And I just want to let everybody know, unlike the rumor you might have heard about deer, in northern Maine there's plenty of moose. If you know, you know. All right, let's get started. From Windsor, Maine, Diane Bryant. From Waterville, Maine, Rachel Chamberlain. From Avon, Maine, Marie Pillsbury. From, somebody's going to get some moose meat because they know Marie. From Madawaska, Ryan Michaud. From Bangor, Maine, John Wheelock. From Georgetown, Maine, Patrick Mead. From Wesley, Maine, Caleb Hawkins. From Winterport, Maine, Ryan Salmon. Ryan Salmon. Sydney, Maine, Lorwood Keller. From Cherryfield, Maine, Katrina Tarrant. More moose meat somebody's going to get, they don't care. Tina. From Athens, Maine, Stephen Stakowski. From South Portland, Maine, Melissa Karen Hammerpaint. Georgetown, Maine, Michael Shea. From Trenton, Maine, William Howard. From Newburgh, Maine, Kenneth Mayo. From Medford, Maine, Sandra Braden. From Jackson, Maine, Brian Menard. From Vassalboro, Maine, David Beach. From Lyman, Maine, Tristan Hunt. From Oxford, Maine, Trent Patterson. From Greenville, Maine, Karen Hopkins. From Winthrop, Maine, John Capara. From Charleston, Maine, Julie Strout. From Franklin, Maine, John Deschardin. From Washburn, Maine, Michael Doak. From Lyman, Maine, Brian Peasley. From Brewer, Maine, Anthony Bissell. From Hartford, Maine, Cameron Stately. From Gorham, Maine, Bodie Dacombe. From Otisfield, Maine, Jonathan Lawler. From Amherst, Maine, James Van Blergen. From Brownville, Maine, Janet McCarskey. From Hudson, Maine, Timothy Degnan. From Hiram, Maine, Nicole Bennett. From Madawaska, Maine, Mark Morneau. From Auburn, Maine, Brian Bruce Campbell. From Fort Kent, Andrew Daigle. From Leeds, Maine, Liza Peach. From Eddington, Maine, Brooke Seymour. From Pittston, Maine, Wiley Weymouth. From Cornish, Maine, Patricia Spencer. From Westbrook, Maine, Paul Young. From Newport, Maine, Isaac Bartlett. From Sanford, Maine, Ryan Harvey. From Oakfield, Maine, Devin Austin. From Calais, Maine, Mark Waycock. From Cumberland, Maine, James Higgins. From, that looks like Concord Township, Maine, Zoe Pellegrino. From Windsor, Maine, Brittany Bishop. From Levant, Maine, Bruce Moran. From Walcott, Vermont, Casey Plotch. From Brunswick, Maine, Steve Blackman. From Poolesville, New York, Steve Lysenko. From Orrington, Maine, Hunter Pate. From Temperance, Michigan, Brent Scoble. From Grand Isle, Maine, Ethan Hassel. From Winthrop, Maine, Rebecca Miller. From South Portland, Maine, Randolph Pike. From Vassalboro, Maine, Leah Taggart. From Big Flat, New York, Scott Comfort. From Sherman, Maine, Frank Perry. From Litchfield, Maine, Robert Charest. From Panama City, Florida, Clayton Quattlebaum. Well, I said it right, Quattlebaum. Quattlebaum. From Vassalboro, Maine, Adam Boucher. From Hullis Cove, Maine, Thomas Dunn. From Bristol, Connecticut, Adrian Moran. From South Paris, Maine, Kimball Boyce. From Clinton, Maine, Dana Jackson. From Litchfield, Maine, Jeff Ryu. From Clinton, Maine, Georgina Pomelo. From Medford, Maine, Christopher Jackson. From Whitefield, Maine, Kevin Gayton. From Old Town, Maine, Ray Fournier Wren. From Brunswick, Maine, Zachary Sparks. From Cloudland, Georgia, Christopher Tierney. From Augusta, Maine, Brian Chamberlain. From Dixfield, Maine, Philip Provencher. From Millinocket, Maine, Joshua Michaud. From Sebago, Maine, Chad Harris. From Brooks, Maine, Jonathan Thomas. From Minot, Maine, Ryan Levesque. From Monticello, Maine, Myrna Bean. From Pittsburgh, Maine, Patricia Kajatman. From Corinth, Maine, Kevin Helke. From Exeter, Rhode Island, Corey Pelletier. From Milford, Delaware, John Mitchell. From Lucerne Mines, Pennsylvania, Nicole Riggler. From Berwick, Maine, Jared Merrill. From Waterboro, Maine, Danielle Charette. I think that's Chavette. Like a Chevy Chavette. From Hollis, Maine, Dylan Wolfam. From Windsor, Maine, Tyler Reynolds. From Dexter, Maine, Joshua King. From Biddeford, Maine, Noah LaSalle. From Creed, Colorado, Remington Kukas. They gave me all the funny names. From Marshall, Texas, Amber Sutton. From Waterboro, Maine, Richard Lohman. From Andover, Maine, Paul Hutchins. From Windsor, Maine, Janet Ellis. And from Poland, Maine, Andrew Hansen. And good luck to everybody else. You got a lot of odds.
Cool. All right, from Maine, Wisconsin Township, Jeremy Peters. New Gloucester, Maine, Camden Bolduc. Bucksport, Maine, Gary Sawyer. Camden, Maine, Ryan Lilly. Tower City, Pennsylvania, Brian Miller. Leeds, Maine, Ryder Sawyer Brown. Sweden, Maine, Peter Coombs. Rockwood, Maine, Bob Lawrence. East Millinocket, Maine, Scott Smith. Hartford City, Indiana, Rick Willman. Woodstock, Vermont, Michael Hewitt. Skowhegan, Maine, Aria Gorley. Oxford, Maine, Jeffrey Tyrell. Berwick, Maine, Sharon Rinaldi. Herman, Maine, Dylan Kimball. Wilton, Maine, Louis Hamill Corson. Brunswick, Maine, Tyson Neal. Sorry. Edisburg Falls, Vermont, Pierre Valancourt. West Enfield, Maine, Austin Dewey. Herman, Maine, Nicole Coons. Greenville, Maine, Pearl Pound. Reedfield, Maine, Joel Parker. Blue Hill, Maine, Leah Matson. Orland, Maine, Wesley Coombs. Hope, Maine, Samantha Winston. Arundel, Maine, Sean Walker. Bartow, Pennsylvania, Ronald Kraus. Jefferson, Maine, Gordon Hall. Patton, Maine, Richard Morse. Benton, Maine, Daniel Sheehan. Stowe, Maine, Roger Kiesman. Scarborough, Maine, James Brown. Edinburgh, Maine, John Sibley. Newfield, New York, Adam Ray. Blaine, Maine, Robert Lento.
Zone 6, September. Gray, Maine, Kyle Irish. Lincoln, Maine, Kevin Bernier. Washburn, Maine, James Streeter. North Yarmouth, Maine, Michael Abraham. China, Maine, Mark Hazelman. Blaine, Maine, Madeline Shaw. Skowhegan, Maine, David York. Solon, Maine, Erica Burwood. Canandaigua, New York, Wesley Hopkins. Berwick, Maine, Kim Dumont. Otisville, Maine, Richard Willett. Lakeview Plantation, Maine, April Walker. Fort Greg Adams, Virginia, Gregory Gibbons. Bedford, Maine, Jacqueline Daigle. Wyndham, Maine, John Linovich. Brunswick, Maine, Matthew Bose. Naples, Maine, Michael Ross. Zone 5, September Bowl. Farmington, Maine, John Dragon. Holden, Maine, Stephen Smith. Fort Kent, Maine, Travis Dye. Carthage, Maine, Roland Schedule. Falmouth, Maine, Christopher Gagnon. Patton, Maine, Bryce Bates. Kittery, Maine, Andrew Pryor. Biddeford, Maine, Dolores Jerome. New Sharon, Maine, Leah Bridges. Zone 1, September. Bull. Woodland, Maine, Holly Reinbold. Oxford, Maine, Tanya Hall. Windsor, Maine, Mackenzie Zayat. Monmouth, Maine, Christopher Curtis. Zone 6, September Bowl. Brewer, Maine, Justin Turner. New Gloucester, Maine, Leander Sperling. Ashland, Maine, James Gondro. Newry, Maine, Kevin White. Caratunk, Maine, Christopher Caruso. Matthias, Maine, Nevin Rhodes. Whitefield, Maine, Linda Despard. Zone 1, September Bowl. Lee, Maine, Thomas Hunter. South Portland, Leanna Pennell. North Berwick, Shirley Morse. Bloomington, Maine, David Brissett. Moscow, Maine, Lawrence Hutchins, Brody Gray. Holton, Maine, Levi Davis. Hollis, New Hampshire, David Jennings. Lewiston, Maine, Richard Dewey. West Bloomfield, New York, Mark Weir. Burnham, Maine, Chad Cole. Caribou, Maine, Ginger Kiefer. Charlotte, Maine, Lucas Reardon. East Waterboro, Maine, Jason Hood. Plymouth, Maine, Leslie Harding. East Baldwin, Maine, Sandra Miner. Alma, Maine, John Baird. Auburn, Maine, Wayne Wood. Pikesville, Maryland, Kenya Raphael. Point, Texas, Raymond Spencer. Durham, Maine, James Fish. Renton, Washington, Stephen Mistretta. Norwalk, Maine, Casey Morgan. Lincoln, Maine, Chris Priest. Sangerville, Maine, Abriel Kemp. Rushville, New York, Trent Snyder. And Phillipston, Mass, Daniel Eklund.
Thank you all for coming to Farmington. This is the greatest place in the state, probably next to where you live. We're glad to have you here. From Wells, Maine, Brandy Barassa. Caribou, Maine, Heidi Shoemaker. Belgrade, Maine, Cassie Bumford. Casey, Zone 8, October 1st, Bull. Auburn, Maine, Wanda Mooney. Waterford, Maine, Misty Allen. Capefield, Maine, Lee Batchelder. Camden, Maine, Maxwell Roger. Tampa, Florida, Stephanie Morris. Carmel, Maine, John Charette. Standish, Maine, Corey Spalding. Jonesport, Maine, Oscar Wheel. Grand Lake Street, Maine, Deborah Toby. Hebron, Maine, Derek McCaffrey. Ashland, Wisconsin, Kim Terry. Richardville, Pennsylvania, Richard Stotka. Cornville, Maine, Eileen Bergeron. Raymond, Maine, Nicholas Sampson. Holton, Maine, Charles Jones. Sydney, Maine, Timothy Claudette. Ellsworth, Maine, John Shoppy. Turner, Maine, David Brooks. Monroe, Maine, Todd Harriman. Union, Maine, Luke Newman. Wilton, Maine, Randall Gordon. Livermore, Maine, Ronald Greenwood. Marion Township, Maine, Russell Kirschman. Kirkville, New York, Christopher Bailey. Oakland, Maine, William Burney. Fairfield, Maine, Beulah Olinsky. Clinton, Maine, Mariah Jackson. Whitefield, Maine, Andrew Bunnell. Waterview, Virginia, Aaron Green Morse. Orchard Beach, Maine, Mark Coburn. Omaha, Nebraska, Brenton Jones. Darien, Connecticut, William Russell. Glenburn, Maine, James Baines. Wendell, Maine, Campbell Cobile. Shelby, Ohio, John Williams. Dover, Foxcroft, Maine, Raymond Landry. Bangor, Maine, Ralph Suey. Gray, Maine, Christopher Peterson. Colt Center, Pennsylvania, George Melchak. Corinth, Maine, Duncan Cookson. Danbury, Connecticut, David Rudolph. Warren, Maine, Hattie Watmouth. Ellsworth, Maine, Cody Austin. Kennebunk, Maine, Paul Roy. Lewiston, Maine, Aaron Schmitz. Scarborough, Maine, Alfred Morrow. Jefferson, Maine, Sophie Gates Hall. And from Dixfield, Maine, Dean Whitman. Auburn, Maine, Ian McKay. Ashland, Maine, Sherilyn Jandro. Benton, Maine, Adam Fuller. New Gloucester, Maine, Lucas Burgess. Choctaw, Oklahoma, Philip Rosnier. Schenectady, New York, Shane Sweet. Round Pond, Maine, Gary Bentner. Holden, Maine, Andrew Hastings. St. Francis, Maine, Hilda Neto. Bath, Maine, Vicky Moriarty. Strong, Maine, Shirley Bean. North Yarmouth, Maine, Tim Paget. West Enfield, Maine, Braden Nutter. Frankfort, Maine, Mike Cuffs. Caribou, Maine, Ben Michaud. Bedford, Maine, Daniel Pettit. St. Albans, Maine, Ryan Curtis. Moorhead, Minnesota, Alan Garnett. Jacksonville, Florida, Lathan Green. Sunbright, Tennessee, Vincenzo Lema. North Marlboro, Maine, Kevin Haskell. Lincoln, Maine, Kyle Decker. Hiram, Maine, Edward Thompson. North Yarmouth, Maine, Russell Wood. Herman, Maine, Jamie Tracy. Fort Kent, Maine, Travis Ball. Bucksport, Richard Ames. Sherman, Cole Porter. Jackman, Jeffrey Renning. Strong, Adam Lutz. Wales, Derek Stevens. Shapley, Michael Rick. Castile, Brady Sullivan. Scarborough, Eva Basham. Gorham, Gary Nadeau. Winthrop, Timothy Spencer. Solon, Matthew Dawes. Jackman, Elizabeth Hoyt. Freiberg, Lauren Carter. Sebago, David Hay. Whiting, Brecken Gooch. Lodenham, Timothy O'Connor. Scarborough, Gavin McLeod. Farmingdale, Mark Cummings. Powell, Wayne Shatley. Rock Tavern, New York. Rodney Frank Kane, and Eagle Lake, and Darcy Glad. Good luck to all you folks.
Slide this head just a little bit better, right? That ain't gonna bother you, is it?
Good afternoon, I'm
I
Senator
didn't take your foot rest,
from Woodburn.
Did you rest in your
I'm
feet?
County Committee member.
Did you rest in your feet? Oh, you're all right?
Oh, wait, your right name? Oyster Bay, New York, Theodore Backus. Belfast, Maine, Jerry Martin. Frenchville, Maine, Lacey Roy. Colorado Springs, Colorado, Jessica Crank. Gorham, Maine, Isaac Tureen. Perry, Maine, Aaron Urquhart. Eddington, George Bagley. South Portland, Noreen O'Connor. Smithfield, Stacy Warren. Ballgrass, Maine, Jamie Pelletier. Van Buren, Fred Ayotte. Lutz, Florida, Sean Murphy. Oxbow, Maine, Scott Susie. Benton, Harvey Anthony. Wells, Cole, Boston. DC, Richard Watson. Newark, Ohio, Sam Lentz. Ellsworth, Maine, David Maddox. Gorham, Maine, Audrey Allen. Lebanon, Maine, Elena Garrish. Wells, Austin Mills. Deer Isle, John Condon. Acton, Thomas Goddard. Kittery, Stephen Bluffs. Booth Bay Harbor. D. Andrew Carter. Greenville, Christopher Young. New Berlinville, Berlinville, Pennsylvania. Wayne Will. Searsport, Bruce Chamberlain. Yes! Orono, Joshua Palameter. Wyndham, James C. Ashland, Seth Lewis. Fort Kent, Robert Sidway. Rumford, Matthew Cuxon. Addison, Daniel Gray. Buxton, Crystal Valquez. Lawrence, Harvard, New Jersey. Igor Bonanar. Sedatus, Robert Scott. Eastville Rocket, Jamie Stevens. West Paris, Lisa Merrill. South Paris, Hannah Helen, Kim. Brunswick, Brian, Chad, Elliot, Cherryfield, Megan Snow. Windsor, Jeffrey Wilson. North Addison, Denise Partridge, Turner. Ronald Blake, Orem, Leon Green, Seal Cove, Merida Beal. Lebanon, Janet Berry, Guilford. Richard Fortunato. North Waterboro, Colby Sanborn. Dover Foxcroft, Leonard Clem. Auburn, William Butts. Shapley, Tony Joreras. Emden, Emily Phillips. Vassalboro, George Baldwin. Warrenville, Frederick Woodbury. Murney, California, Stephen Hennessy. North Anson, Maine, Michael Ricker. Warrington, Kathy Matthews. Richmondville, New York, Wayne. Menard, Madawaska, Louis Matthew. Fort Kent, Craig Karen. Alexander, James Venture. Eagle Lake, Peter Tabor. Holden, Maine. Rosanna Carmichael. Orlando, Washington, Miles Turner. Carver, Massachusetts, Lena Anderson. Milton, Vermont, Wilfred Allard. Van Buren, Maine, Robert Willett. Dry Ridge, Kentucky, Gannon Petit. Augusta, Maine, William Sadois, Holder, Maine, Bucksport, Noel Fuller. Walpole, Adam Rice. Old Town, Penny Man Fent.
Holton, Christopher Holmes, Blue Hill, Carissa Butler, Holden, Jay Gould, East Waterboro, Ruth Perron, Sanford, Diane Williams, Dexter, Christopher Smith, Limerick, George Martinez, Marlborough, Massachusetts, Frederick Allen, Carthage, Maine, Jonathan Hutchinson, Bridgewater, Maine, David Hancock, Southwest Harbor, Maine, Nancy Scopa, Wisconsin, Maine, Rich Barnes, Denmark, Maine, Lauren Langley, Portland, Andrew Chisholm, Hiram Cole Colby, Crington Falls, Ohio, John Hansley, Home, Kansas, Dominique Schultz, Strong, Maine, Hallie Thorndike, Marlboro, Mass, Mass, John Homestead, Oxford, Maine, John Stevens, Belfast, Brian Robertson, Bangor, Olivia Clark, Fort Anne, New York, Lance Kilmere, South Portland, Dorothy Marcoux, Richmond, Paul Roy Russo, Sargentville, Tina Weinberg. Good luck to the rest of you.
Good afternoon. I hope we have some winners on here. Cherryfield, Maine, Porter Shaw. Bucksport, Eric Curtis. Hartford, Donald Manu. Oakland, Thomas Desjardins. Sydney, Bruce Cates. Blue Hill, Christopher Butler. Bath, John Stoffel. Eddington, John Gerald. Randolph, Frank Reardon. St. Francis, Thomas Thoreau. Bremen, Aaron Richard. Eagle Lake, Elizabeth Terrio. Gorham, John Kenny. Williamsburg Township, Dennis Larson. West Bath, Thomas Ramsey. Saco, Mary Turgeon. Fort Kent, Jared McGreedy. Westerville, Ohio, Jack Matthews. Prentice, Jamie Knight. Farmington, Matthew Fournier. Phillips, Dan McLaughlin. West Paris, James Mason. Cumberland, Aaron Jones. Rome, Leslie Rio. Cherryfield, Jeffrey Wiley. Westfield, Indiana, Christopher Kaya. Eddington, Nora Williams. Upper Sandusky, Ohio, William Ogden. Blue Hill, Aaron Woodley. Walton, Theodore Davis. Waterboro, Caitlin Martin. Brownfield, Dale Brooks. Jackman, William Bergen. Old Orchard Beach, Guy Fontaine. Wyndham, John LaPointe. Millinocket, David Spain. Yarmouth, Logan Gribble. Milo, Jason Lane. Lebanon, James Smith. Bethel, Katie Coker. Alden, William Dignan. Ludlow, Vermont, George Benson. Sabatis, Linda McCarthy. Pittsfield, Christopher D. Long. West Chesterfield, New Hampshire, Franklin Underwood. Clarkson, Michigan, Stephen Wolf. Newport, Nancy Hargrove. Orono, Jeffrey Weingardt. Fort Kent, Malik Terrio. Sydney, Lydia Filbert. Kittery, Andrew Tukey. Fairfield, Sean Buck. Enfield, Crystal Burns. South Berwick, Daniel Carmen. Pittsfield, Peter Video. Chesterville, Kaylee Knight. Camden, Ori Bartley. Hatboro, Pennsylvania, Bernard Delangelo. Strong, Ronald Stiles. Stacyville, Charles Heath. Amber Slaughter, Shane Ozier. Shasbury, Vermont, Kevin Hollister. Matalonke, Richard Pepin. Connor Township, Justin McClellan. Orland, Catherine Wardwell. Rangeley, Christopher Farmer. Nobleboro, Cody Bartlett. Walpole, Matt Poole, Clinton, Cornell, New York, John Kearns, Hartford, Jennifer Jones, Sanford, Mary Hartford, Carlisle, Pennsylvania, Glenn Young, New Boston, New Hampshire, Bruce McKean, Skowhegan, Michael Tessia, Springfield, David Curtin, Dayton, John Littlefield, Cornville, Peter Graves, Wynn, Gerald Clary, Springfield, Stephen Williams, McBrightford, Texas, Brian Lightfoot, Wales, Peter Haley, Brewer, John Bernard, Somerville, Kimberly Peasley, Ashland, Randy Chambers, Buxton, Wendy Sewell, Brookton, Emmanuel Russell, Northfield, Timothy Mace, Fort Kent, Barry Daigle, Wantagh, New York, John Stanley, Limerick, Erica Paradise. Congratulations. Zone 9, Anthony, October. Gorham, Russell King, Brunswick, Isaac Johnson, Fairfield, Stephen McCurnell, East Islip, New York, Tyler Lund, New Sharon, Devin Phelps, Pittsburgh, Teresa Champagne, Old Forge, New York, Anna Rundle, Westford, Joshua Hamlin, Glenburg, Zachary Means, Andes, New York, Dennis Bacon. And that's all for mine.
All right. Alum Bank, Pennsylvania, Frederick Wasser, from Chelsea, Sherry Whitney, Lisbon Falls, Richard Rhymes, Bath, Bruce Moriarty, Levant, Corey Hibbard, Montgomery, Pennsylvania, Weston Sherman, Camden, Peter Brown, West Hampton, Thomas Spikek, Albion, Isaac Thompson, Sangerville, Addison Smith, Orland, Forrest Wardwell, Booth Bay, Sarah Harvey, South Paris, Patrick Milligan, Ellsworth, Brittany Rummery, Brewer, David Higgins, Harrison, Amanda DeCoster, from Wisconsin, Trina Marks, Freedom, Pamela Overlock, Gray, Stephen McPherson, West Bath, Peter Lemaire, Waldeboro, Gregory Collins, Union, Janelle Blake, North Waterboro, Matthew Roberts, Westbrook, Edward Nadeau, Falmouth, Jorma Curry, Annville, Matthew Getz, Herman, Matthew Brown, from Ohio, Robert Webar, Greenville, Jared O'Neill, Canton, Pennsylvania, Edward Kalowinski, Norway, Rachel Reynolds, Alton, Ryan McCauley, Bridgeton, Bruce Hoyt, Pennsylvania, Devin Lockhart, Durham, Keith Moulton, Newburgh, Gregory Thibodeau, Arundel, Ava Rilch, Turner, Roger Parody, woo-hoo! September Bull, Alna, Michael Trask, Prospect, Amalia Babin, York, Daniel Andrews, Turner, Peter Angel, Avon, Randall Ellicott, Eustis, Stephen St. Jean, Greenville, Joshua Brown, from Pennsylvania, Jacob Surdy, Lincoln, Ryder Cronholm, Lebanon, Matthew Smith, Belfast, Scott Packard, Devereux Township, Callie Dennison, Kentuck, Harold Holm, Wyndham, John Trepanier, Brunswick, Kate Wing, Wyndham, Hunter Wilson, Gardner, Lucas Parlin, New Gloucester, William Ray, Palmero, Kaylee Nickerson, Etna, Stephen Graves, Saco, Keith Lambert, Southwest Harbor, Jacqueline Young, New York, Richard Zelgin, Fairfield, Jonathan Delaware, Denmark, Karen Holcomb. Durham, Linwood Hubar. Belgrade, Justin Shorey. Eddington, Joshua Parda. Kennebunk, Kyle Trinward. Hamden, Gary King. Lisbon Falls, Matthew Clifford. Oakland, Camden Hafford. Winslow, Chad Green. Winthrop, Jake Capara. Jefferson, Samuel Chapman. Machias Port, Robert Millay. Dover Foxcroft, Michael Larrabee. Lincolnville, Henry Lane. New York, Richard Mangan. Madawaska, Joseph Jondro. Palmero, Michael David. Mechanic Falls, Mark Berry. Yarmouth, Cole Adams Bia. Eagle Lake, Danny Chouinard. Lewiston, Avery Cox. Wallagrass, Joseph Susie. Winthrop, John Burnham. Chelsea, Caden Pillow. Westfield, Cooper Bonsky. Bar Harbor, Gregory Vio. Wyoming, Jess Gilland. Rangeley, Stephen Harn. Lee, Connor Bullors. Sunman, Indiana, Ralph Mitchell. Peru, Robert Richard. Bridgeton, Jason Fuller. Hamden, Robert Scott. St. David, Curtis Guyon. Island Falls, James Bell. Penobscot, Michael Harmon. Searsmont, Justin Twitchell.
Ellsworth, Maine, Dawson Peterson. Lyman, Maine, David Cutler. Eldridge, New York, Scott Jones. Brownville, Maine, Philip Taquinto. Oakfield, Maine, Evan McVeary. Portland, Maine, Gary Kenny. West Greenwich, Rhode Island, Alyssa Cordero. Woolwich, Maine, John Reed. West Paris, Maine, Katrina Dean. Springfield, Maine, Bruce Carter. Freeport, Maine, Daniel Foreman. Able, Vermont, Craig Nolan. Atkinson, Maine, Gregory Johnson. Herman, Maine, Kelly Bragdon. Hebron, Maine, Jared Johnson. Lisbon Falls, Daniel Schofield. Peru, Maine, Robert Martin. Kittery, Maine, Scott Hoyt. Fort Kent, Maine, Dan Pelletier. Limerick, Maine, Dwayne Cody. Standish, Maine, Kyle Casargio. Sauhegan, Michael Merrill. Georgetown, Maine, Devin Garecki. Limestone, Maine, Richard Patois. Mapleton, Maine, Russell Clark. Cross Lake Township, Daniel Willett. Belfast, Maine, Douglas Perry. Pocahontas, Quebec, David Pelletier. Oxford, Maine, Kevin Rosenberg. Great Pond, Maine, Ernest Berube. Marshfield, Maine, Colby Tilton. Holton, Maine, Tana Mary Heatherton. Unity, Maine, Carrie Ann Henry. Hope, Maine, Jared Sawyer. Torrington, Connecticut, William McCormick. North Berwick, Maine, Jacob Morissette. New Gloucester, Maine, Charles Verrill. Yarmouth, Maine, Nolan Hart. Harrison, Maine, Peter Brown. Greenwich, Connecticut, Frank Pompa. Peru, Maine, Dana Bradbury. Winterport, Harold Lavin. Bradford, Maine, Allison Hermans. Roanoke, Virginia, Dennis Corey. Dexter, Maine, Ryan Davis. Windsor, Maine, Stephen Brochu. Addison, Maine, Everett Grant. Hodgkin, Maine, Michael Beachy. Islesboro, Maine, Paul Hatch. Hamlin, New York, Carl Rath. Pasco, Maine, Robert Libby. Beals, Maine, Thurman Alley. Island Falls, Michael Boucher. Wyndham, Maine, Peter Miller. Benton, Maine, Nathan Buster. Anson, Maine, Jordan Fortin. Dallas, Maine, Mitchell Townsend. Milton, New Hampshire, Philippe Garcia. Burlington, Maine, Cash Albert. South Portland, Maine, Robert Vickery. Glenburn, Maine, William Graham. Fort Kent, Maine, Austin Jean. Skowhegan, Albert Smith. South China, Maine, Kevin Lully. Newry, congratulations. Newry, Maine, Dana Bullen. Westbrook, Maine, Peter Westcott. Windsor, Maine, Logan Botville. Burnham, Maine, Huff Susan. Jackman, Maine, Dalton Barbois. Oakland, Maine, Cynthia Ripley. West Paris, Maine, Richard Bradeen. Blue Hill, Maine, Jason Butler. Hanover, Massachusetts, Andy Terrio. Presque Isle, Maine, Roland Brand. Rangeley, Maine, Lee Libby. Pleasant Ridge Plantation, David Robinson. Rome, Maine, Thomas Tracy. North Yarmouth, Maine, Charles Tetro. Palermo, Kevin Worth. Green, Joseph Coleman. Lincoln, Amy Karen. Billerica, Massachusetts, John Short. Limerick, Maine, Jason Wright. Sedatus, Adam Austin. Waldoboro, Olivia Seven. Ashland, Emma Dowdy. Corinth, Maine, Jennifer Barnes. Columbia, Tennessee, Tony Lott. Seaware, New Jersey, William Marciniak. Wyndham, Maine, Luke House. West Enfield, Maine, Richard Harris. Franklin, Maine, Harrison Richardson. Lisbon, Maine, Brody DeSalkis. Bangor, Maine, Michael Fitzpatrick. Sumner, Maine, John Ackley. Limestone, Maine, Stephen Murray. Cary Plantation, Maine, Jackson Chapman. York, Maine, Richard Stover. Holton, Maine, Terry Beaton. Sherryfield, Maine, Damon Dorr.
Alfred, Maine, Morgan Stearns. Chester, Maine, Dana Helms. Bradford, Maine, Amy Dubar. Liberty, Maine, Roland Singer. Wales, Maine, Matthew Portis. Turner, Maine, Doris Austin. Congrats. No? Levant, Maine, Kristen Hibbard. Hodgson, Maine, Ethan Beachy. Whiting, Maine, Stephen Presley. Lebanon, Maine, Ian Duvali. Rome, Maine, Casey Boyd. Pittsburgh, Maine, Emery Nickerson. Roxbury, Maine, Douglas Brown. Grand Isle, Maine, Thomas Leon. Littleton, Maine, Reed Merritt. Bryant Pond, Robert Anderson. Herman, Maine, Loretta Cantwell. Machiasport, James McClellan. Oxford, Maine, Peter Smitsburg. Mars Hill, Maine, Brett Picto. Topsom, Maine, Luke Thibodeau. Richmond, Maine, Michael O'Brien. Medway, Maine, Nathan Delage. Fort Kent, Burt Roy. Cape Connecticut, Eric Tatzel. Westbrook, Connecticut, Joseph Fedorko. Colchester, Vermont, Thomas Barrett. Madison, Maine, Bruce Stanford. Mexico, Maine, James Nichols. Van Buren, Shane Ayotte. Scarborough, Colby Morrill. Jermaine, Pennsylvania, Frank McCartney. Lincoln, Maine, Pierre Mathio. Harrington, Maine, Noah Ramsdell. East Machias, Maine, Stephen Libby. Atkinson, Maine, Taylor Smith. Dayton, Maine, James Bollinger. Springfield, Maine, Bruce Lambert. Oxford, Maine, Joseph Terrell. Clinton, Maine, Anthony Barton. Benton, Maine, Jennifer Clinton. Callis, Maine, Heath Grass. Lincoln, Maine, Andrew McDonald. Limerick, Maine, Daniel Clark. Biddeford, Jonathan Royce. Anson, Maine, Floyd Lane. East Baldwin, Maine, Adam Charles. Presque Isle, Alex Kaiser. Rockland, Maine, Joseph Bates. Monroe, Maine, Scott Milliken. Corinna, Maine, Michael Larrabee. Strong, Maine, Daniel Harden. Holton, Maine, Marcia Clark. Yardley, Pennsylvania, Michael Rossi. Dover Foxcroft, Maine, Robert Peterson. Dedham, Maine, Timothy Francis. Caribou, Andrew Pelletier. Lincoln, Maine, John Phelps. Franklin, PA, Rodney Bimber. Lebanon, Maine, Douglas Ruthby. Starks, Maine, Jason Thomas. Turner, Maine, Tyler Barnes. Washington, New Jersey, Irving Jones. Lincoln, Maine, Jack Magnet. Solon, Maine, Robert Lindbaum. Dayton, Maine, Ella Lamonte. Allagash, Maine, Casey Heffer. Richton, Maine, Royce Lopez. St. Agatha, Maine, Gary Chase. Ludlow, Maine, Jacob Adams. Winslow, Maine, Clifford Sally. Niels, Maine, Cody Crowley. Carmel, Maine, Ronald Hicks. Quebec. Scott Murray, Manchester, Maine, Jeffrey Fay. Salem, Maine, Dennis Rose. Rangeley, Maine, Jay Penny. Patton, Connor Edwards. Roxbury, Maine, Barry Tozier. Elmira, Maine, Christian Brown. North Yarmouth, Maine, Laura Abraham. South Berwick, Adam Ruger. Blue Hill, Maine, Mackenzie Wilson. Ashland, Maine, Shane Cook. Lincoln, Maine, Diane Freelove. South China, Maine, Robert Hussey. Lincoln, Maine, Scott Haselton. Gora, Maine, Casey Cooler. South Paris, Maine, Patricia Kirsten. Old Town, Maine, Bradford Mullion. Auburn, Maine, Heather Hamilton. South David, Maine, Steve Albert. Glenburn, Maine, Kyle Pesminger. West Paris, Maine, James Bennett. Raymond, Maine, Raymond Richardson. Wilton, Maine, Dimitri Hand. Baileyville, Maine, Nancy McPhee. Fort Worth, Texas, Joseph Thompson. Farmington, Maine, William Bernard. China, Maine, Alan Richard.
Jefferson, Maine, Gavin Bartlett, Carthage, Maine, Madison Burdine, Topsom, Maine, Jamie Thompson, Strong, Maine, Heather Akins, Warrington, Maine, Donald Baker, West Enfield, Maine, Travis Proctor, Cheshire, Connecticut, Michael Mangianini, Vassalboro, Maine, Luke Magili, Madawaska, Maine, Joshua Morneau, Clinton, Maine, all right, Clinton, Maine, Marie Bouchard, Portsmouth, Rhode Island, John Penchak, Jackman, Maine, Travis Jones, South Berwick, Maine, Leanne Haley Brown, Rochester, New York, Robert Babatz, Denver, Maine, Justin Tapley, Waldo, Maine, Brian Richter, Corinth, Maine, Alan Whitney, Winthrop, Maine, Robert Ryder, Patton, Maine, Cindy Lawler, Marshall, Maine, Renee Leach, Rumford, Maine, Caitlin Cody, Bethel, Maine, Mark Beck, St. David, Maine, Michael Sorois, St. David, Maine, Jean Lagasse, Masardis, Maine, Eric Debay, Mapleton, Maine, Donald Embleton, Gorham, Maine, John Bradshaw, Athens, Maine, Alyssa Kitchen, Penobscot, Maine, James Asbury, Windsor, Maine, Rhonda Beansley, Gorham, Maine, Hayden Battaglia, Asheboro, North Carolina, John Deal, West Baldwin, Maine, Richard Day, Washington, Maine, Jason Chapman, Mapleton Depot, PA, Jody Wagner, Plymouth, Maine, Scott Shirk, Lisbon Falls, Maine, Jeremy Meadows, Lynn, Mass, Timothy Brulot, Southampton, New Jersey, William Schuster, Emden, Maine, Sean Manning, Bucksport, Maine, Lindsay Hannon, Saco, Maine, Walter Davis, Stacyville, Maine, Braden Robinson, Madawaska, Maine, Nathan Rozier, Dresden, Maine, Kathleen Harper, Heber, Maine, John Bergeron, South Portland, Maine, Michael DuVernay, New Vineyard, Maine, Anthony Shantz, Bryant Pond, Maine, Scott Groves, Lewisburg, New York, Mark Gage, Hampton, Maine, William Gamble, Addison, Maine, Robert Gray, Fort Kent, Maine, Jean LeBlanc, Pasco, Maine, Mitchell Lawrence, Kerman, Maine, Robin Carl, Poland Spring, Maine, Mary Jones, Ottawa, Maine, George Gray, Heartland, Maine, Jason Allen, Machiasport, Maine, Christian Boyden, Candia, New Hampshire, Warren Bean, Poland, Maine, Tyson Cotton, Waterville, Maine, William Sylvain, Rangeley, Maine, George Dingfelder, Newport, Maine, Stephen Hall,
Bangor, Maine, Carmen Coda. Kinston, Ohio, Vincent Mathia. Enfield, Maine, Steve McKinnon. Machiasport, Maine, Malcolm McDonald. Millinocket, Maine, John Citio. Oakland, Maine, Christopher Clark. Lakeville, Maine, Alexis Gray. Winthrop, Maine, Jeffrey Brennan. Rangeley, Maine, Jessica Botcher. Bucksport, Maine, Catherine Freeman. Strong, Maine, Rupert Pratt. Smithfield, Maine, Trent Austin. Shirley, Maine, Cody Jones. Powell, Maine, Ron Huntley. Windsor, Maine, Gordon Tibbetts. Prospect, Maine, Christopher Grant. Brunswick, Maine, Michael St. Pierre. Augusta, Maine, Joel Keller. Topsfield, Maine, Tamara Harriman. Augusta, Maine, William Stover. St. David, Maine, Brian Corriveau. Fort Fairfield, Maine, Kimberly Dorsey. Steep Falls, Maine, Nathan Morse. Bryant Horn, Maine, Sarah Chase. Kingfield, Maine, Melanie Meldrum. Bangor, Maine, Lisa Stevens. Shapley, Maine, Scott Davis. Eddington, Maine, Bailey Tidd. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Patrick Pierce. Sidney, Maine, Jesse Brand. Livermore, Maine, Charlene Nelson. Rutland, Mass, Clayton Mason. Standish, Maine, Jason Jordan. Allagash, Maine, Everett Bagel. Wilbur Foxcroft, Maine, Michael Spencer. Norwalk, Maine, Lisa Lake.
Let's check out policy here, folks. How are we doing? Everybody doing okay? You're still in this. There's only a couple thousand people to call, so you haven't heard me name yet. Do not get disappointed. That's why I said your permit is 6 one-day hunts. So think of it optimistically today, like the last day of your hunt on Saturday, and enjoy the experience. All right, here we go. Rayloff, Maine, Emily Watts, Walden. Cary, Maine, Silas Graham. St. Albans, Maine, Curtis Gorbachev. Richmond, Maine, Tracy Lopez. Elliott, Maine, John Aglowitz. Murray, Maine, Katrin Picard. Gouldsboro, Maine, Eric Phillips. Phillips, Maine, Anson Pillsbury. St. Albans, Maine, Elizabeth Harding. Standish, Maine, Stephen Burton. Middleburg, Pennsylvania, Douglas Lucas. Limerick, Maine, Tim Snorella. Shapley, Maine, Stephen Monroe. Poland, Maine, Tim Laversey. Sebago, Maine, Samantha McGinn. Scarborough, Maine, Michael Sullivan. Hickory, Maine, Brian Jordan. Long Pond Township, Mark Below. Sanford, Maine, Jason Prime. Pittston, Maine, Anthony Moore. Bangor, Maine, Al Yukolovich. Chester, Maine, Jared Tash. Blueberry, Maine, Braden Davis. Danforth, Maine, Ashley Langle. China, Maine, Charles Wing. Harrington, Maine, James Kennedy. Rome, Maine, Sadie Knight. Dresden, Maine, Alan Moeller. Oakland, Maine, Stephen Kerr. Orient, Maine, Aiden Carligio. Vassalboro, Maine, Dave Cody. Litchfield, Maine, Jeffrey Casey. Richmond, Maine, Gary Emmons. Franklin, Maine, Nathan Mosley. Hiram, Maine, Justin Dewey. Orono, Maine, Dan Coletta. Winterport, Maine, Zach Walsh. Wells, Maine, Todd Dow. Wayne, Maine, Kyle Bagel. Brewer, Maine, Terry Gordon. Benton, Maine, Eric Brood. Wyndham, Maine, Dick Sawyer. Hamden, Maine, Doug Rashawn. Saco, Maine, Leonard Russell. Limestone, Maine, Gabriel Sear. Phillips, Maine, Tanya Morgan. Charleston, Maine, Calvin. North Waterboro, Nick Doyle. Franklin, Maine, Tyler Brooks. Boston, Maine, Michael Larrabee. Raymond, Maine, Dick Plummer. Monmouth, Maine, Brian Bouvier. Wells, Maine, Christian Leslie. Biddeford, Maine, William Lincoln. Cornville, Maine, Wade Walker. Laurel, Maine, Stephen Farmer. Liberty, Maine, Nate Fogg. Lisbon, Maine, Aaron Markey. Ellsworth, Maine, James Buckley. Grand Isle, Maine, Ian Dion. Eddington, Maine, Dana Jakes. Benton, Maine, John Fitzgerald. Oxford, Maine, Ryan Smith. Dixfield, Maine, Owen Libby. Wales, Maine, Kyle Goleb. St. Albans, Maine, Ricky Moore. Livermore, Maine, Renee Gronin. Basselor, Maine, Paul Oxley. Gore, Maine, David Allen. Winthrop, Maine, Dalton Cummins. Congratulations. You're not gonna like this, it's the zone 4 bull tag. Dexter, Maine, Robert Titus. Nickerson, Kansas, Roger Price. Raymond, Maine, John Bisnet. Norwich, Maine, Sam McGowan. Leeds, Maine, Randy Wheeler. Greenville, Maine, Brett Anderson. Rangeley, Maine, Patrick Sullivan. Lebanon, Maine, Lorraine Davis. Palermo, Maine, Ella Wells. Stratton, Maine, Daniel Chase. New Gloucester, Maine, Jason Goodine. Union, Maine, Edward Broler. Otisville, Maine, Terry and Goodell. Bakersfield, New York, Tammy Cook. Orrington, Maine, Brian Sloyell. Belgrade, Maine, William Collinson. Lebanon, Maine, Rebecca Good. Swanville, Maine, Emmett McClure. Bolton, Connecticut, Adam Aborn. Palermo, Maine, Brian Curtis. Unity, Maine, James Hofsteller. Norwich, Maine, Michael Weiner. Kennebuck, Maine, Chloe Raymond. Bangor, Maine, Mark Harris. Phillipsburg, Maine, Mark Nickerson. Georgetown, New York, Michael Mosher. Falls Village, Connecticut, Jacob Robert. Connecticut, Maine, Kim Day. Hartman, Maine, Tina Harrington. Madawaska, Maine, Dejuan Fiore.
West Gardner, Maine, Paul Calvin. Londonderry, New Hampshire, Justin Uber. From Palmyra, Jacob Steiner. Hardwick, Vermont, Larry Eldred. Torrington, Connecticut, Glenn Ellsmore. Hollis, Joseph Bissonette. Stacyville, Michaela Helpy. South Berwick, Margaret Taylor. Sanford, Gary Gray. Dexter, Camden Bell. Portland, Andrew Sporak. Southwest Harbor, Jesse Gillen. Wingdale, New York, Ryan Basler. Canton, Samira Levitt Haynes. Portland, Jacques Boudreau. Orland, Isabel Wardwell. Edgman, Kurt Crosby. West Baldwin, Raymond McIntyre. Sydney, Jody Barney. Peru, James Bradley. Herman, John Leathers. Gray, Stacy Regan. Elmira, Cody Collins. Alexander, Greg Cody. Washburn, Leonard Turner. Beasy, Lucas Harmon. Orno, Stephen Smith. Casco, Elijah Welch. Fort Kent, Ellison Boise. Rockport, Brady Simpson. Clifford Township, Pennsylvania, Warren O'Brien. Steep Falls, Brandon Graves. Fort Fairfield, Christina McFarland. Woolwich, Andrew Friend. New Canada, Carol Cameron. Glenburn, Travis Saucier. Waterford, James McDonald. Kennebuck, Peter Whitney. Walpole, Dale Orm. Kittery Point, Henry Martin. Bradford, Heidi Good. Glenburn, Richard Thompson. New Canada, Dustin McGuire. Lewiston, Jeffrey Pelletier. Bowden, James Davis. New Gloucester, Mark Ballard. Augusta, Jody Shostak. Wisconsin, Timothy Emery. Fort Fairfield, Stephen Springer. Benedicta, Edward Crosby. Corinth, Stephen Kayette. Green, Owen Mitchell. Elmira, Kyle Alford. Nelson, New Hampshire, Lori Russell. Kingsborough, Massachusetts, Martin Kelly. Bowden, Kenneth Bosmus. Westbrook, James Robinson. Patton, Caitlin Yates. Turner, Nancy Flick. Cornish, Graceland Larry. Foster, Rhode Island, Angelo Rosichelli. Chelsea, Matthew Giffen. St. Albans, Brody Morse. Rockwood, Donald Lewis. Bodenham, Ronald Holt. Orrington, Edmund Chambers. Peru, Amy Newton. Elliott, Stanley Mashprinter. Belfast, Dylan Chapman. Millinocket, Maurice Morneau. Livermore Falls, Parker Mason. New Gloucester, Fred Farrington. Canaan, Peter Campbell. Fort Fairfield, Riley Cloud. Watson, Colin Walls. Sydney, New York, Matthew Jones. Sydney, Maine, Charleston Padilla. Livington, L.L. Gammon. Wanakina, New York, Aidan Benzel. Saco, Martin Keyes. Winthrop, Abigail Gillette. Hollowell, Nathan Stevens. Lebanon, Paul Surratt. Poland, Jacob Bissonette. Rumford, Richard Blanchard. Owl's Head, Thomas Monroe. Biddeford, Gerald Clisson. Mercer, Lucas Erickson. Newport, Jason Farley. Springdale, Donald Kintz. Corinna, Danielle Henderson. Shapley, Charlize Anderson. Baileyville, Jerry Crosby. Thompson, Connecticut, John Kimball. Starks, Joseph Hardington. Green, David Cloutier. September 8th, Zone 2. Bangor, Andrew Blake. Harmony, Darren Huff. Wiscasset, Samuel Schmall. And Thorndike, Ruben Schofield.
You haven't heard the screen yet, but I haven't been drawn yet. Not even in this 100 names either. Mapleton, Maine. Put in all right. Mapleton, Maine, Amanda Pelletier. Pownell, Maine, Nathan Giddings. Mexico, Maine, Nathan Nichols. Bodenham, Maine, Crystal Lamoureux. Brownville, Maine, Natasha Zipfuss. Belmont, Maine, Shane Alley. Kennebuck, Maine, Jennifer Hutchinson. Searsport, Maine, Cassidy Jackson. Carmel, Maine, Adam Diggy. Gray, Maine, Sue Utterstrom. Herman, Maine, Marion Asbury. Warrington, Maine, Catherine Brown. Oakland, Maine, John Cox. Milford, Maine, Dennis Stroke. Buckfield, Maine, Cassidy Lowell. Walpole, Maine, Ernest Poland. Richmond, Maine, Paul Harvey. Sumner, Maine, Paul Ackley. Waltham, Maine, Douglas Hardison. Moncton Lakes, New Jersey, Robert Proskowski. So Foxcroft, Maine, Peter Robinson. New Gloucester, Maine, Eric Buzone. Cushing, Maine, Eli Cole. Sanford, Maine, Alexander Easter. Bedford, Maine, Edward Morris. Deanna, Maine, Danica Bates. Carthage, Maine, Joyce Whittemore. Danica? Yeah. Zone 8, October Bull. Carthage, Maine, Joyce Whittemore. Prospect, Maine, Joe Rigo. New Portland, Maine, Dennis Derlin. Origin, Maine, Silas Pepin. Blaine, Maine, Riley Pierce. Ellsworth, Maine, Michael Delvello. Friendship, Maine, Hannah Carter. Roxbury, Maine, Caden Hanson. Hanover, Pennsylvania, Josh Rudders. Durham, Maine, Jesse Larry. Westbrook, Maine, Blake Shelley. Alma, Maine, Austin Trask. Sanford, Maine, Stephen Zook. Arundel, Maine, Jacob Evans. Bath, Maine, Edward Wyman. Hamden, Maine, Riley Lazat. Saco, Maine, Michael Glove. Portage, Maine, Edward Beddoe. Bethel, Maine, John Mason. Monson, Maine, Paul Wigman. Hamden, Maine, Shane Dow. Cornville, Maine, Anthony Padula. Augusta, Maine, Harvey Carter. South Thomason, Maine, David Eaton. Dennistown, Maine, William Hannon. Clinton, Maine, Mark Hutchinson. Pascal, Maine, Toby Arsenault. Orono, Maine, Paul Haley. Stratton, Maine, Justin Wyman. Jefferson, Maine, Christy Beveridge. Ellsworth, Maine, Lawrence Rosine. Brooks, Maine, Darren Davison. Harpswell, Maine, Katie Clemens. Waterboro, Maine, Joshua Waterman. Richmond, Maine, Sharon Harvey. Allagash, Maine, Daniel Wagner. Limestone, Maine, Rick Lowe. Keenan, Maine, Leonard Griffith. Gorham, Maine, Jeffrey Turner. Piston, Maine, John Sheen. Levant, Maine, Sean Spellman. South Parish, Maine, Andrew Ward. Jefferson, Maine, Patrick Gregory. Auburn, Maine, Cole Sherwin. Portland, Maine, Ryan Broad. Durham, Maine, Dean Rollins. Sydney, Maine, Jennifer Padura. Allen, Maine, Maria Thurlow. East Booth Bay, Maine, Rebecca Alley. Bedford, Maine, Merle Parsons. Pascal, Maine, Cassandra Mapley. Livermore, Maine, James Luciano. Portland, Maine, Jason Fitton. Heartland, Maine, Heidi Forbes. Heartland, Maine, Ethan Steiner. Herman, Maine, Heidi Forbes. Randolph, Maine, Henry Downs. Monmouth, Maine, Mathis Studio. West Paris, Maine, Ryan LeBrook. Patton, Maine, Lloyd Dyer. Easton, Maine, Donna Colladell. Fort Kent, Maine, Mackenzie Hafford. East Waterboro, Maine, David Stevenson. Newcastle, Maine, Casey Stevens. Brunswick, Maine, Gregory Madu. Arcadia, Florida, Carlton Metric. Danforth, Maine, Michael Fry. Dixfield, Maine, Lisa Simpson. West Newbury, Mass, Michael Leverland. Waltham, Maine, Bernard Jordan. Cumberland, Maine, Ian Swanberg. Augusta, Maine, Brandon Stevens. Sorrento, Maine, Miles Bierman. Reedfield, Maine, Eric Dyer. Old Town, Maine, Robbie Nason. And we still got plenty of time. That's page 30 out of 81. Just for the record.
You gonna make it to the end, Frank?
I don't know.
Halfway there yet, are we?
I don't know if they are or not.
He said that was page 30 out of 81 pages.
Albert Holton, Leonardo, Lance Sumia, Farmington, David Perros, Greenville, Mary Sevilla, Bangor, Haley Ann Webb, Freedom, Joseph Sear, Brunswick, Sarita Benoit, Oakland, Justin Lawler, Bayville, Jacob Rochelle, St. David, Brian Dion, Bangor, Grant Roulette, Friendship, Brandon Olson, Winslow, Dave Genero, Herman, Eugene Vega, Addison, Douglas Johnson, Farmington, Michael Luke, New Gloucester, Peter Bryan, Gary, Thomas Arnold, Augusta, Herbert Carr, Brewer, Tina Knapp, Warren, Timothy Lewis, Lioness, Craig McLaughlin, Willimatic, Robert Sia, Furnace, Dennis Crosby, Heath Machias, Sean Davis, Green, Emily Blake, Surrey, Matt Dickerson, Sabatis, Scott LaBerge, Turner, Michael Naylor, Peru, Robert Murphy, Belliker, Mass, Robert Brackett, Winthrop, Joseph Finn, Atkinson, Marianne Cox, Carmel, Brandon Shaw, Lovell, William Mazzolio, Caribou, Richard Gallagher, Liberty, Miles Fogg, Charlotte Bell, Virginia, David McWilliams, Norris Walk, Sean Clark, Bradley, Cole Albert, Wyndham, John Bowden, Devon, Chad Francis, Monroe, Carol Inman, St. Agatha, Lisa Peru, Mitford, Basil Craig, Standish, Kavaneski, Lewiston, Jerome Zabrinsky, Skowhegan, Troy Blodgett, Hornet, Matthew Watson, East Weldon, Mark Bowery, Levant, Michael Roll, Wyndham, Andrew Ganosis, Wiscasset, Paul Lambert, West Gardner, Matthew Mank, Greenville Junction, Rebecca Richard, Strong, Lori Ann Target Brown, Otisfield, Kylie Jervis, Searsport, Clarence Ward, Buxton, Rhonda Bernard, Bradford, George Dyer, Portland, Jason Roney, Livermore, Richard Crocker, Mount Vernon, William Brown, Presque Isle, Melissa Stevens, West Newfield, Christopher Cobb, Augusta, Nathan Exeria, New Gloucester, Connor Saunders, Benefit, Matthew Michon, Winslow, Travis Reed, Augusta, Michelle Palmer, Somerville, Michael Tessio, Mount Desert, John Bolinger, Newry, Kerry Kimball, Lake, Charles Metcalf, Camden, Michael Messier, Dover Foxcroft, Isaac Arno, Pittsburgh, Zachary McKinney, Hudson, Tammy Gray, Kenneth Unford, Charles McCall, Washburn, Willard Eastler, Turner, Samuel Roy, Lewiston, Robert Clark, Bridgeton, Galen Burke, Farmington, Kenneth Mitchell, Monson, Charles Talbot, St. David, Landon Willett, Cornet, Sarah Driscoll, Marshfield, Gracie Hanston, New Vineyard, Bruce Nile, Lewiston, Dominic Delapanio, Little Deer Island, Wesley Bunker, Bangor, Kenneth Avery, Shapley, Jason Quinton, Hanson, Robert Demchek, Dallas Plantation, Matthew Knox, Thorndike, Kate Donovan, Gray, Oliver Michelle, Winthrop, Rebecca Mandy, Infield, Moon, Parsonsfield, Annis Edwards, Prospect, Lindenhurst, New York, with Patrick Ken. Parsonsfield, Amos Edwards, Prospect, Amos Wolf, Southport, Miles Eames, Wallagrass, Jake from Samar, West Bath, Annette Sweeney, New Vineyard, Peyton Ladd, Troy, Cherie Hillslip, Falmouth, Eileen Skinner, Pittsburgh, Christopher Anderson, West Bath, Brian Doobie, Wyndham, Zachary Forenza, Kittery, Aaron Johnson, Brownville, Scott Graves, Mapleton, Kathleen Tapley, Lemoyne, John Gilpin, Dixmont, Todd Hardy, New Gloucester, David Martinio, Mechanic Falls, Randy Sear, Fairfield, Alan Bickford, York, Peter Gray, Miles Hill, Scott Lockendale, Vienna, Daniel Butcher, Winthrop, Scott Dunbar, Hobson, Jeffrey Glenview, Pleasant Ridge Plantation, Wyatt Howe, Plymouth, Francis Lavasia, Cutler, Patrick Feeney, Eagle Lake, Emily Labby, Sullivan, Sage Sewell, Stacyville, Eric Del Belso, Salt Point, New York, Robert Sells, Woolwich, Dominique Arsenio, Wells, Thomas McKinney, Parsonsfield, Timothy McWilliam, Bridgeton, Bryce Maines, North Berwick, Joseph Savachina, Wyndham, Charles Cobb, Gorham, Hans Hansen, Addison, Sawyer Gray, Poland, Neil Abassa, Lemoyne, Arthur Ashmore, Nobleboro, Christine Ditton, Troy, Denise Robertown, Norway, Clifford Knight, Lisbon Falls, Kevin Grant, Gardner, Darrell Manser, Mapleton, Jeremy Farley, St. Francis, Holly Henderson, Dexter, Matthew Mountain, Gray, Morgan Brewer, Wyndham, Robert York, Palmyra, Garth Norris, Wilton, George Thibodeau, Fort Fairfield, Austin DeFore, Belgrade, Stephen Palouf, Enfield, Barbara Haley, Jonesboro, Leslie Hanston, Farmington, John Starrett, Auburn, Florence Robinson, Jonesport, Daniel Sora, Frankfurt, Michael Tripp, Litchfield, Darrell Lee, Sydney, John Clover, Wallagrass, Benjamin Bouchard, Windsor, Dean Ferguson, Monmouth, Jeff Chase, New Gloucester, Bryce Gillen, Blue Hill, Joseph Lanier, Northampton, Daniel Longley, Millinocket, Bruce White, Wyndham, Thomas Waters, Wyndham, Elizabeth Thorpe, Kingfield, David Clark, Sandusky, Ronald Farwell, Standish, Adam Junkins, Augusta, Clifford Wilson, Millinocket, David Durrett, Waterville, Michael Ashley, Lincoln, Andrew McKitchen, North Berwick, Brady Tuesday, Lincoln, Karen Barrowby, Drew Plantation, Kyle Zuglia, Mapleton, Jerry Morris, East Machias, Dakota Davis. Rock City, Missouri, Gary Sen. Green, Catherine Stevens. Italy, Joshua Hilbert. Cohenville, Jennifer Day. Arundel, Michael Pelletier. Hebron, Aaron Mason. Limerick, Kathy Blanchard. Cohenville, Ethan Clement. Manchester, Manchester, Keith Tibbetts. Holden, Nathan Sear. Rome, Cody Estes. Howland, Zachary LaFreniere. Frankfurt, John Curtis. Van Buren, Michael Medora. And Woolwich, Jackson Blake.
Standish, Kenneth Morrill. Litchfield, Michael Racine. West Gardner, Molly Nichols. Hanover, Christopher Breton. Harrington, Leonard Junkins. Thompson, James Shute. Sebago, Philip Lowell. China, Edwin Bailey. Cherryfield, Presley Shaw. Ashland, Cato Clare. Cornish, Clyde Small. Marion Township, Daniel Schmitter. Bangor, Alex Denham. Windsor, Thomas Brown. Bath, Gerald Nato. Lincoln, Laddie Kravitz. North Haven, Connecticut, Hannah Knoxner. Garland, Maine, David Haskell. Mount Vernon, William Smith. Sullivan, Walter Bowles. Lovell, Matthew Bennett. Seal Cove, Nolan Murphy. Winslow, John McCone. Orrington, Amy Barnum. Norway, Paul Silva. Parsonsfield, Michael Smith. Gorham, Joshua Bowyer. Avon is Melissa Hill. Scarborough, Richard Disney. Portland, Jason Jadransko. Northport, New Portland, Nathan Latin. Augusta, Benjamin Sylvan. Caribou, Andrew Levesque. Lyman, Joshua Eon. Wallagrass, Travis Marquis. New Portland, Raymond Dion. Buckfield, Philip Trumby. Orono, Keith Tremblay. Athens, Wayne Brown. Bradford, John York. Cape Coral, Florida is Rachel Yellow. Lee, Wendy Denbar. Troy, Mark Hine. Rangeley, William Murphy. Holton, Lisa Gallagher. Apollo, Pennsylvania, Robert Keys. Levant, Justin Artis. Burnham, Sean Bastard. Gorham is Dane Francis. Litchfield is Mary Mattire. Minot is Alan Hatfield. Prospect, Matthew Rhines. Alton, William Ellis. Oakland, Bruce Marshall. Bloomington, Jonathan Schatz. Augusta, James Dixon. Fleetwood, Pennsylvania is Sidney Barlett. Charleston, Lawrence Smith. Waterville, Peter Sack. Gray, Matthew Johnson. Frankfurt, Jeremiah Schaefer. Hollis Center, Robert Duncan. China, Jeremy Sears. Woodland, David Pottle. Wilmington, Mass, William Papagorio. Turner, Ray Flick. Waterville, Savannah Schools. Madawaska, Lisa Daigle. Auburn is Chris Godwin. York, Greg Brown. Saco, Tyler Smith. Knox, Panagonia, Veronica. North Waterboro, Thomas Godwin. Smyrna, Melanie Bailey. Yarmouth is Bryce Stafford. St. Mary's, Pennsylvania, John Hasselman. Madison is Parker Brunel. Kittery, Reese Allen. Brewer, Shane Murphy. Norwich Rock, Tyler Savage. Carmel, Jeremy Hand. Madison, Dylan Gregoire. Lyman is Robert Wilson. Denmark, Casey Valente. New Gloucester, Kimberly Vogler. Searsport, Rodney Bilodeau. Skowhegan, Norman Vigil. Gulf Breeze, Florida, Lester Zimmerman. Cornville, Carl Raven. Lyman is David Flynn. Chesterville, Riker Sampson. Peru, Derek Benedict. Stafford Springs, Connecticut, Gerald Johnson. Corvette is Trenton McGurn. Manchester, Brianna Stratton. Arundel, Manly Cody. Stafford Springs, Connecticut, Corey Distangway. Palmyra, Neil Page. New Milford, Connecticut, John Martin. And Rumford is Cody McPherson.
Danforth, Maine, Everett Lee, Corey, Pennsylvania, Jason Edwards, Stratham, New Hampshire, Jonathan Nichols, Masardis, Kelly Eau Claire, Benedicta, Lorraine Robinson, Pascagoula, Rhode Island, Alexander Gagnon, Palermo, James Grady, Augusta, Joshua LaJoy, Waterford, Michigan, Brandon Fowler, Sydney, Eric Fanning, New Sweden, Kenneth Thompson, Falmouth, Kurt Bombardier, Eagle Lake, Thomas St. Peter, Cornville, James Huddle, Belvedere, New Jersey, Stephanie Soika, Brunswick, Thomas Ingram, Mexico, Amy Hodgson, Vassalboro, Aaron Ticha, Silver Ridge Township, James Ambrose, Sumner, Matthew Welch, Waterford, Mason Merrill, Blaine, Maine, John Benson, Minot, Joshua Cooper, Porter, Aiden Gilpatrick, Searsburg, Melissa Bissell, Sedatus, Benjamin Ridlin, Bethel, Connecticut, Peter Osamonte, Scarborough, Justin Schweitzer, Dover Foxcroft, Damon Papios, Danceboro, Dennis Dyer, Stratton, Maine, Lyman, Troy, Matthew Steiner, Millinocket, Keenan Stanley, Cherryfield, Carissa Hatt, Hebron, Caleb Bryant, Fayette, Robert Burr, Jackman, Jack Hoyt, Dayton, Ryan Littlefield, Mount Vernon, Michael Smith, Abbott, David Payne, Auburn, Anita Fickett, Blue Hill, Caleb Leffler, Webster Plantation, Ryan Gibson, Wallagrass, Jamie DeShane, Newry, Robert Lowell, Hartswell, Joe Mumphy, Rockton, Mass, David Maynard, Hampton, Jenny Kuchaki Perry, Otis, Tiffany Fishburne, Mexico, Zachary Gonzalez, Skowhegan, Thomas Meter, Bernard, James Butler, Livermore, Kenneth Keene, Winterport, Randy Canar, Oswego, New York, Richard Serrano, Sullivan, David St. Pierre, Addison, Daniel Craig, East Machias, Daniel Warren, Pittston, Adam Libby, Woodville, Scott Cornell, Bowerbank, Carter Merrill, Brookton, Joshua Fogg, Jonesport, Kirsten Alley, Freedom, Joseph Travis, Winthrop, Trenton Wood, Hatton, Michael Howes, Porter, Derek Taylor, Woolwich, Andrew Kemp, East Machias, Michael Hawkins, Wiscasset, Sheila Hill, Hollowell, Ryan Glidden, Hollis, Jennifer Letourneau, Wells, Henry Zletsley, Belgrade, Christopher Burrow, Corinth, Bailey Cassidy, Standish, Jamie Fickett, Jackman, Laura Lee Washburn, Nashville, Tennessee, Ellen Mims, Biddeford, Peter Remorse, Solon, Bruce Curtis, Bangor, Stephen Linnell, North Monmouth, Scott McFerrin, Lebanon, Jonathan Badger, Rodenham, Ralph Dyer, Woolwich, Christian Wilkins, Smithfield, Joseph Fogg, Lowellville, New York, Chase Smith, Manchester, Seth Lyons, Sanford, Patrick Coleman, Buckfield, Derek Nato, Palermo, Derek Arnold, Litchfield, Corey Higgins, Kennebunk, Alex Doughton, Durham, James Turigny, Eagle Lake, Marion Lugden, Elliott, Vernon Lewis, Presque Isle, Kristen Luigi, Rumford, Roland Blood, Mount Vernon. All right. Mount Vernon, Davis Wheeler, Waterboro, Deborah Benner.
You still in this? Alright, here we go. We're getting deep in the bullpen. You know what that means. Spoiler alert, everything I'm calling right now is October bull. Alright. Piston Maine, Marlon Memorado. Lyman Maine, Deborah Julio. Ellsworth Maine, Nate Kimball. Peru Maine, Zachary Scott. Lyman Maine, Garrett Gerard. Thurber Maine, Clint Gagnon. South China Maine, Monique Eldridge. South Berwick Maine, Kevin Holder. West Harvard, Maine, Peter Gove. North Harvard, Maine, Charles Bartow. Columbia Falls, Maine, Alan Grant. Lemoyne, Maine, Richard Davis. East Hicksville, Maine, Lonnie Sweat. Linus, Maine, Alan Scott. Reedfield, Maine, George Turner. Maine, Michael Felicity. Green, Maine, Gregory Wilcox. Howard, Maine, Jeffrey Brown. Bar Harbor, Maine, Michael Assel. Warren, Maine, Sam Root. Turner, Maine, Sean Thibodeau. Norwich, Maine, Michelle Carmel. Willen, Maine, James Libby. Howard, Maine, Aaron Piano. Berwick, Maine, Kimberly O'Connor. Jackman, Maine, David Jones. Whitefield, Maine, Adam Poole. Willimantic, Maine, Devin Fogarty. Charleston, Maine, Carrie McNaughton. Turner, Maine, Lucian Richard. Smithfield, Maine, James Harry. Evelyn, Maine, Aaron Dawes. Waltham, Maine, Charles Braley. Charleston, Maine, Stephanie McGuire. Sauhegan, Maine, Jacoby Johnson. Bullard, Maine, Dennis Plant. Terry, Maine, Robert Robinson. Gray, Maine, Cheryl Bellafleur. Greenville, Maine, Ronald Martell. Canton, Maine, Don Gemstad. Trenton, Maine, Amy Herbert Miller. Eastport, Maine, Christopher Bartlett. Waterford, Maine, Anthony Gray. Princeton, Maine, Craig Toulouse. Shapley, Maine, Zachary Hale. Southwest Harbor, Maine, Leslie Carroll. Newport, Maine, Thomas Delaro. Clarence, Maine, Ashton Bowman. Melbourne, Maine, Katie Morris. Camden, Maine, Cindy Brown. Springfield, Maine, Jordan Steves. Fort Fairfield, Maine, Megan Brown. North Clarendon, Vermont, David Cooper. Mapleton, Maine, Max Legiel. Brownville, Maine, Brian Zickfoos. Hollis, Maine, Nathan Zink. Bingham, Maine, Michael Bishop. Forest Island, New York, David Griffin. Vicksburg, Maine, Peter Bork. Sydney, Maine, Laurent Breton. Windsor, Maine, Clifford Chase. Thompson, Maine, Joseph Ayuk. Cooper, Maine, Dan Doherty. Rangeley, Maine, Jamie Ellis. Edinburgh, Maine, Kendall Falls. Sydney, Maine, Mark Susie. Auburn, Maine, Robert Gagnon. Bingham, Maine, Michael Bishop. Gardner, Maine, Chelsea Sear. Warrington, Maine, Brooke Dempsey. Jefferson, Maine, Robbie Moore. Springfield, Maine, Paul Scott. Longhorn Township, Renali Taylor. Brunswick, Maine, Jeffrey Goldie. Wakefield, Maine, Francis Garvin. Oakfield, Maine, Lowell Peters. Sabatis, Maine, Tiffany Hurd. Washington, Maine, Kaylee Siders. Stonington, Maine, Jeremiah Smallage. Cushing, Maine, Edward Killen. Woodland, Maine, Anthony Singer. Buckfield, Maine, David Batu. York, Maine, Alyssa Muir. Scotland, Maine, Jessica Willett. Portland, Maine, David Schneller. Baileyville, Maine, Dennis Kumar. Guilford, Maine, Scott Nelson. Fort Fairfield, Maine, Joseph McMahon. Wells, Maine, Justin Patel. Harpswell, Maine, Christopher Carrier. Millinocket, Maine, Kyle Manzo. Albion, Maine, Ashley Pierce. Richmond, Maine, Sydney Underhill. Stafford Springs, Connecticut, Bruce Bradway. Fort Fairfield, Maine, Samuel Alderman. Van Buren, Maine, Erica O'Pear. Dresden, Maine, Nathaniel Hanley. Montrose, Colorado, Eric Lieberman. Saco, Maine, Ronald Collard. And Hinder, Maine, Parker Brown.
Again, until the bench is pretty thin. China, Maine marks in around East Drysdale Roberts, Freiburg, Maine, Eldridge Russell, Raymond, Maine, Jeremy Wilson, Perry, Florida, David Woods, Beals, Maine, Kristen Barnett, Lewiston, Maine, Kevin Bildo, Will Foxcroft, Maine, Jacob Diamond, Swanville, Maine, Jay Thompson, Warren, Maine, Jennifer Overlock, Parsonsville, Maine, Gina Sanborn, Thorndike, Maine, Alfred Wren, Meadowbanks, Maine, Bert Johnson, Dexter, Maine, Darrell and Herrick, Limestone, Maine, Bentley Portress, Newport, Maine, Kevin Lindsay, New Sweden, Maine, David Spooner, Milo, Maine, Jessica Preble, Jackman, Maine, Avery Rancourt, Prescott, Maine, Sean Flanagan, Whitey, Maine, Frankie Hall, Sherman, Maine, Albert Blakely, Blandford, Mass, Jack King, Gloucester, Mass, Jonathan Baker, Greenbush, Maine, Richard Jondro, Glenburn, Maine, Caleb Spann, Albion, Maine, Rebecca Jigger, Palmyra, Maine, Michael Fisk, Bradley, Maine, Donald Spartan, Woolwich, Maine, Robert Jones, Hartford, Maine, Taylor Harvey, St. David, Maine, O'Neill Burgoyne, Poland, Maine, Mackenzie Easy, Emden, Maine, Timothy White, Hawkinson, Delaware, Stephen Lamborn, Pittsfield, Maine, David Ross, Fort Kent, Maine, Zachary Willett, Suban, Maine, Keith Burgess, Raymond, Maine, Brandon Milton, Hamden, Maine, Paul Colvin, Millinocket, Maine, Denise Marchell, Gorham, Maine, Shane Libby, Littleton, Maine, Skylar Samus, Harrington, Maine, Spencer Thompson, Hancock, Maine, Tristan Potter, Farmington, Maine, Barry Hewitt, Saco, Maine, Matthew Focher, Plymouth, Maine, Dale Strout, South Berwick, Maine, Scott Brown, Farmington, Maine, Susan Sterrett, Hawthorne, New Jersey, Jonathan Scuring, Rumford, Maine, Richard Wesley, St. David, Maine, Joshua DeSames, Hollow, Maine, Cynthia McPherson, Rumford, Maine, Richard James, Casco, Maine, Alexander Hall, Paula, Maine, Julie White, Newburgh, Maine, Cody Lindsay, Prospect, Maine, Harlan Gamble, Limestone, Maine, Benjamin McBride, Robinson, Maine, James Morrow, Old Town, Maine, Clifford Peterson, Holden, Maine, Julie Bullock, Oxford, Maine, Connor Coster, Winslow, Maine, Peter Nelson, Lewiston, Maine, Timothy Moran, Augusta, Maine, Lola Valley, Bowden, Maine, Robert Davis, Wade, Maine, Sarah Hatt, Fayette, Maine, Alfred Judd, Augusta, Maine, Aaron Legg, Booth Bay, Maine, Madison Barter, Carmel, Maine, Nick Gay, Etna, Maine, Adam Graves, Easy, Maine, Ron Webb, Newry, Maine, Dorothy Warnock, Brunswick, Maine, Nancy Resinger, Colin, Maine, Jamie Banker, Warren, Maine, Richard Fox, Mark Chase, Sherry Skinner, Old Town, Maine, Robin Avery, Colin, Maine, Jennifer Powell, Millbridge, Maine, Juanita Dorway, Dustin, Maine, David Post, somebody out there. Sanford, Maine, Dennis Stereo, Saco, Maine, Benjamin Bolduck, Norwood, Maine, Randy McCandless, Gorham, Maine, Lucinda Larry Stein, Dunlap, Tennessee. Dunlap, Tennessee, Greg Grayson, Otter, Maine, Patrick Ivers, Saco, Maine, Jordan Lower. Monmouth, Maine, Michael Pollock, Searsburg, Maine, Kathleen Whitney, East Pittsfield. Remember all kinds of winners. Searsburg, Maine, Kathleen Whitney, East Pittsfield, Maine, Elijah Walker, Valley, Maine, Scott Better, Gilmore Falls, Jay Ames, Herman, Maine, Paul Arbor, Wildgrass, Maine, Robert Hart, David Maine, Terrence Stanley, Maxwell, Maine, White, Mercury.
Chapman, Maine, Austin Tebow, Scarborough, Maine, Walker Adams, Scarborough, Jennifer Capano, Cleveland, Ian Johnson, Milford, Matthew Reddick, Bethel, Rebecca Chartown, Alma, Ian Edgecombe, Albion, Jeremy Thompson, Liberty Point, Luke Allen, Lincoln, Darren Libby, Holden, Peter Fogg, Shapley, Tyler Jalbert, Shapley, Farmingdale, David Blake, Lewiston, David Godfrey, Raymond, Joseph Prout, Castle Hill, James Gardner, Brewer, Rand Birmingham. Charleston, Mark Rickett. Gray, Michael Maines. Woodland, Philip Thornton. Trenton, Dakota Dow. Gorham, Robert O'Brien. Dennisville, Robert Jameson. Auburn, Jack Horn. Hampton, Craig Sear. Balabank, Pete Woodrow. Bangor, Cameron Culbertson. Lebanon, Mark Proposa. South China, Tarsha Doma. Eagle Lake, Brandon Massey. South Berwick, Kevin Spinney. All right, Kevin. Jackson, Madeline Cameron. Sherman, Casey Savage. Addison, Travis Allen. Windsor, Carl Dubor. Lee, Kevin Maxwell. Eddington, Zachary Bragdon. Dixfield, Kenneth Ellis. Hudson, Nathaniel Whitmore. Wallagrass, Paul Rozier. Thompson, William Hewitt. Burlington, Robert Crowder. Kennybunk, David Bennett. Lincoln, Tyler Travis. Hartford, Christopher Campbell. East Corinth, Daniel Leonard. St. Gat, Philip Soros. Weston, Joel Krause. Jefferson, Michael Hodgkins. Mildred, John Pickett. Litchfield, Lisa Gifford. Foxfield, Lindy Lowe. Roxbury, Katie Waugh. Parsonsfield, Jeffrey Taylor. Millinocket, John Dean. Corinth, Cameron Gooley. Rockport, Joel Robertson. Jackman, Demetria Giroux. West Baldwin, Alexander Peters. Brewer, Jacqueline Sear. Glenburn, Amy Bloa. Landward Lake, Sonny Merritt. North Berwick, Stephen Morrill. Limerick, Timothy Benton. Buxton, Thomas Walker. Green, Susan Burgess. Green, Michelle Woodbury. Wheatfield, Ryan Robidoux. Dexter, Teresa Ogden. Otis, Patricia Tibbetts. East Millinocket, Deborah Hafford. Levant, Mark Fair. Winslow, Stephen Asplin. Jay, Lonnie Knight. Winthrop, Annabelle Blaze. Mount Vernon, Harold Foss. Caldwell, Jody Jaramillo. Wallagrass, Daniel Nail. Auburn, William Pelletier. East Machias, Milford Peabody. Wales, Jake Fremont. Cornville, Brian Hillard. Madawaska, Marcel Solis. Jackman, Wesley Bilbo. Machiasport, James White. Durham, Peter Java. Berwick, Scott Merrill. Columbia, Hunter Dempsey. Hamlin, Joseph Michaud. Addison, Austin Dowling. Farmington, Jake Mitchell. Cross Lake, David Butler. Belfast, Lawrence Ward. Hobson, Corey Fogg. Harmony, Jared Small. Woolwich, Pamela Macchio. Springs, William Grant. Waldoboro, Matthew Moody. Sedatus, Stephen Jackson. Levant, Sean Armstrong.
All right. Wallagrass, Rich, Gooshart. Turner, Schuyler, Terrian. Auburn, Michael Jordan. Palermo, Cassandra LaCrone. Lyman, John Green. Searsmont, Morgan Martin. Blueface, Riley Offingham. Searsmont. Tabor, Twitchell. Ripley, Omar Roberts. Winterville Point. Beverly Maynard. Fort Kent. Doug Hebron, Chad Jordan. Kingfield, Ethan Moody. Alamo, Kansas, Jacob Sutterman. Whitefield, Angelina Thompson. Stockton Springs, Adrian Ellis. Ornville, Carol Dow. Bryant Pond, Erica Holt. Laurel, Gregory Berry. Okeechobee, Florida. Cassie Principe. Saginaw, Scott McDonald. Standish, Caden Smith. Waterboro, Michael Gilbert. Glenburn, Mary Graham. Marysville, Pennsylvania. Joseph Malholick. Stacyville, Beth Pelkey. South Berwick. David Mick. Richmond, Brian Moore. West Gardner, Michael Gross. Limerick, Preston Steves. Waltham, Mass. Camille Boucher. Mechanic Falls, Tyler Thayer. Weld, Christine Tessa. Robertson, Todd Stewart, Wilton, Rusty Grant, Possum, Alicia Folger, Howland, Sean Vino, Dedham, Thomas Brown, Clinton, Timothy McClellan, Wyndham, Joseph Hanson, Suffolk, New York, Jill Davies Nelson, Wynn, Carrie Goff, South Paris, Nathan Ward, Rome, Lou Bassary, Eddington, Adam Keith, Levant, Robert Venus, Sterling Mass, Christopher Delvers, Surrey, Caitlin Murphy, Scott Hegan, Stephen Provenzo, Shadyside, Maryland, Torrin Gummel, Fayette, Joni McMahon, Brown Pond, Daniel Batty, Sears Fort, Michael Gogan, Berwick, Patrick Howard, Fort Kent, Timothy Wisgarland, Eagle Lake, Alec Marquis, Wales, Wyatt Robendale, Detroit, Ridge Lawn, Southwest Harbor, Todd Holbrook, Portland, Michael Regan, Foxport, Robert England, Wiscasset, Sarah Coffin, Lincolnville, Christopher Lyon, Hudson, Mark Lawson, Palmyra, Joran Vaughn Olson, Bethel, Jerome Holt, Naples, Keith Rickert, Cutler, Derek Feeney, Errol, New Hampshire, Jane Proventure, Augusta, Todd McLaughlin, Steep Falls, Daniel Dyer, Farmington, Samuel Woodcock, Piermont, New Hampshire, Neil Roby, Sullivan, Adam Brackett, Monticello, Andrew Tapley, Hampton, Mark Hager, Berwick, Cody Guy, Guilford, Danny White, Livingston, Robert Powers, Auburn, Richard Dion, Palermo, Jason Cullivan, Sangerville, Joshua Tracy, Scarborough, Michael Cludier, Saginac, Stephen Roy, Palermo, Zoe Wells, Thompson, Samantha Cook, Mapleton, Alice Shepard, Chapman, Donner Carter, Cadence Township, Wayne Morrison, Skowhegan, Phoebe Poulin, Williamstown, New York, Clinton Sampson, Lake Clear, New York, Tyler Ellenberg, Oakfield, Alexander Temple, Biddeford, Robert Stone, Augusta, Stephen Levensaler, Springvale, John Galarowski, Babyville, Sean Monk, Saginac, Lisa Bossy, East Machias, Raymond Berry, and Lincoln, Robert Kicker.
It will be on this sheet. You see on this sheet.
Sumner, Robert Champagne, Gray, Michelle Blair, Kilmer, Eric Draper, Ludlow, Kathleen Dow, Pittsfield, Matthew Duncan, North Connecticut, Troy Washrock, Farmington, Terry Kelly, Dover Claims, New York, Kristen Butter, Monrovia, New York, David Bruno, Osborne, Linda Barton, Camden, Gordon Hughes, Herbert Creek, Pennsylvania, Chris Miller, Bedwetter, Blake McLaughlin, Strong, Jason Ellsworth, Jonesport, Andrew Robinson, Oakland, Charles Fuller, Ranger, Wyatt Gray, Columbus, James Blanchett, St. David, Dustin Watson, North Berwick, Robert Van Murray, St. Pat, David Jarrett, Wes Baldwin, Natasha Estes, Greenville, Billy Clifford, Pittston, Benjamin Hewitt, Leeds, Samuel Smith, Andover, Christopher Arsenault, Newport, Frederick Rowe, East Millinocket, David Greenwood, Williston, Melody Lenore Gomez, Oakland, Sean Muller, Lincoln, Zachary Douglas, Rangeley, Jack Dutcheffer, Caribou, Bracy Terrier, Millinocket, Greg Haynes, Green, Joe Cludier, New Gloucester, Tori Galante, Harrison, Harrison, Anthony Tabor, Carroll, Colby Johnson, Manchester, Kenneth Bickford, Scarborough, Jackson Greenleaf, Grand Isle, Raylan Lagasse, Ellsworth, Gary Taylor, Norway, Carol Blake, Jackman, Alan Crawford, Green, Linda Cloutier, October, Zone 1 Acre, Jefferson, Thomas Schofield, Levant, Andrew Hamill, Windsor, Owen Gosling, Eagle Lake, Derek Chenard, Vienna, Tegan Landry, Newcastle, Talbot Campbell, Saco, George Chase, Holton, Jeremy Fitzpatrick, Fort Kent, Gary Boise, Bass Harbor, Christy Blunt, Hartford, Paul Willett, St. Albans, Hannah Norman, Townsend, Mass, Scott Tremblay, North Berwick, Sean Rosebush, Standish, Michelle Scanlon, Grand Isle, Helen Fortin, East Millinocket, Robert Rosebush, Gorham, Daniel Rogers, Stetson, Michael Cleaves, Wes Gardner, Chris Sutter, Fairfield, Richard Tompkins, Kennebunk, Kenneth Cole, Linneus, Hudson Day, Portland, Timothy Merrick, Lyman, Ronald Clark, Cumberland, Robert Story, Pembroke, Richard McPhail, Skowhegan, Devin Cooley, Millbridge, Karen Gauthier, Bucksport, Aaron Sawyer, Lyman, Josh McCourt, Sebago, David Anderson, Zone 6, October, England, Portland, Ariana Fagoni, Albion, Joshua J. Cundies Harbor, Jerry Lehman, Hollis, Patrick DeFresney, Shapley, Hunter Smigelski, Old Town, Gary Craig, Liverpool Pass, Pennsylvania, Ryan McClure, Sangerville, Brett Hutchinson, Hudson, Ellis Straub, Sanford, John Portland, Durham, William Oberon, Linneus, Janet Acott, Palermo, David Bryant, Benedicta, Scott Violet, Westbrook, Grant Jacobson, Jackman, Caitlin Billington, Bangor, William LaForge, St. Francis, Kevin Dubois, Lisbon Falls, Glenn Myers, Havertown, Pennsylvania, Ryan Anopa, Albion, Jason Dow.
Wilton, Maine, Frederick Gray, Newburgh, Joseph Burke, Fort Kent, Reggie Roy, North Berwick, Emma Mitchell, Illinois, Natasha Reynolds, Eastport, Victoria Gaines, Merrill, Laurie Lawler, Winthrop, Connor Mayberry, Somerville, Tricia Fisler, North Wildwood, New Jersey, Gerald Garrell, Oakland, John Martin, Kutztown, Pennsylvania, David Hartman, Gray, Jason Skilling, Freeport, Kenneth Coslet, Lyman, Tyler Wisner, Belgrade, Cameron McCafferty, Augusta, Tyrell Lewis, Caribou, Brody Anderson, Gray, Adam Lindquist, Woodville, Wesley Land, Cumberland, Scott Churchill, Arundel, Matthew Carroll, Bangor, Brendan Martin, Fields, Richard Smith, Waldeboro, Zachary Bennett, Beasley, Glenn Thomas, Bassboro, Bethany Perry, Winthrop, Gabriel Karen, Gray, Jason Lazar, Walpole, Jamie Brewer, Albion Township, Florida Whitman, Winthrop, Tracy Kelly, Bassboro, Cooper Lupin, Standish, Stephen Parsons, Clinton, Ernest Forrest, Eustace, Wilma Stack, Addison, Dean Barrett, Pittsburgh, Gene Nygaard, Somerset, Kentucky, Anthony Donahue, South Paris, Deborah Mountain, Brewer, Brian Kowski, Naples, Margaret Maxwell, Medway, Donna Gallagher, Lincoln, Garrett O'Connor, South Paris, Albert Holden, Upton, Michael Moore, Alden, Samuel Alexander, Canaan, Stephen Blanchett, Plymouth, Madison Hook, Sydney, Jesse Beckwith, Sinclair, James Aylock, Saco, Matthew Gallagher, Peru, Isaiah Breeden, Caribou, Kirk St. Peter, LaGrange, Patrick Leonard, Mount Vernon, Braden Quinn, Standish, Jeffrey Pyatt, Saco, Alvin Cassie, Dresden, Jordan Jones, Brewer, Scott Brown, Millersburg, Pennsylvania, Walter Crawford, East Exfield, Corey Shue, Gary, 12 or 15 October, Antler. Gary, John Turner, Mercer, Crystal Jensen, Milton, Thomas Riley, Doc Waterboro, Daniel Price, Belgrade Lakes, Alfred Barlow, Turner, Joshua Wagg, Hartwell, Phoenix Catlin, Cornish, Michael Missouri, Cutler, Max Tate, Hiram, Eugene Carter, Bedford, Raymond Peck, Wilton, Ronald Cushman, Wallentown, Connecticut, Christopher Hyder, Poland, Shaden Stillman, Pittsfield, Justin Brown, Plantation, Annie Marie LaJoy, Plymouth, Shannon Dick, Dedham, Logan Butler, Brunswick, Eric Martin, Springfield, Scott Arthurs, Vassalboro, Gary Basilius, Solon, George Downs, Chesterfield, Michael Hastings, Mason, Brandon Radcliffe, Leamington, Stacy Whitney, Sarah,
Let's have a little nap.
Scott Arthur.
Orange Tree, October, Canton, Carmel, Jeffrey Taggett, Foxfield, Daniel Ripley, Enfield, Clifford Sibley, Wynn, Urban Haynes, Washington, Danielle Thoreau, Elliott, Terrence Norton, Cumberland Forsythe, Wesley Day, Gardner, Alexander Monaghan, Mercer, Terry Warren, Mercer, Kenny Asbury, Concord Township, Stephen Mutchuk, Orland, Ralph Gray, and St. George, Stephen Dennison.
Newport Richey, Florida, Richard Hart. Palermo, Peter Cummings. Caribou, James McDonald. Cutler, Kyle Taylor. Sherman, Samantha Landry. Belgrade, Daniel Terrio. Orono, Jeff Charette. South Palestine, Matthew Tyler. Milo, Donald Richards. Huntsville, Alabama. Fred Meads. Clifford Township, Pennsylvania. Rosemary O'Brien. Sydney, Nicholas Breton. Westbrook, Gregory Roulette. Booth Bay, William Plummer. Turner, Lawrence Caldwell. Chelsea, Cody Giroux. Milo, Paul Bouchard. Fayette, Brian Bill. Mount Vernon, Tyler St. Laurent. South Paris, Roberta Bryan. Bridgeton, Autumn Lopez. Lisbon, Mark Demers. Berwick, Brian O'Connor. Skowhegan, Tracy Brown. Maine, Vincent Furtwell. Skowhegan, Sherry Harris. Fort Fairfield, Hadley Cummings. Poland, Audrey Brown. South Berwick, Aiden Knowles. Sumner, Joshua Emery. Poland, Nana Kenny. Lisbon, Raymond Harvey. York, Daniel Goodall. Durham, Jacob Cass. Freiburg, Edward Hutchins. Rockland, Ronald Brister. Gorham, Angela Barry. Hampton, Gary Martin. Chelsea, Evan St. Jean. Greenfield, James Paul. New Canada, Donald Raymond. Litchfield, Joseph Champagne. Winthrop, Shelby Cahill. Albany, Gary Wiles. Matawan, Charles Drake. Penobscot, Matthew Ensworth. East Boston, Mass. Donald Buffoni. Belgrade, Mason Tebow. Sanford, Hayden Fuller. Winslow, Dwayne Pearl. Appleton, Daniel Moody. Bangor, Sarah Monrada. Belleville, Ohio, Jason Kent. Hope, Colby Anderson. Chester, Gabrielle Cash. Albion, Katie Beagley. Monticello, Allison Lenz. South Portland, Anna Cook, Newburgh, Kenzie McLeod, Falmouth, Richard Jordan, Wisconsin, Robert Appleby, East Machias, Robin Nightingale, West Enfield, Jason Hong, Greenville, Barbara Ricker, Pittsburgh, New Hampshire, Andrew Goodwood, Freeport, Thomas McDermott, Reedfield, Frederick Bouchard, Mapleton, Bonnie Bouchard, Hartford, Crosby Harvey, Bristol, David Flower, Lee, Tammy Herson, Lubeck, Wade Murray, Turner, Bradley Vernon, Rockland, Jeffrey Dow, Dan Mascala, Marissa Hampton, Pembroke, Trinity Jones, North Yarmouth, Amanda Vera, Appleton, Brandon Allen, Auburn, Corey Norcross, Powell, Ramona Dyer, Burnham, Scott Merrick, Green, Keith Stevens, Montroseville, Pennsylvania, Donald Hepburn, Bennington, Alfred Rodick, Robinson, Noah Gallagher, South Highland, Lisa Reynolds, Bangor, Reed Martin, Abbott, Kristen Butler, Chesterville, Edward Hastings, Farmington, Mitchell Morrison, Bangor, Dennis Wellman, Leamington, Michael Roberts, Gorham, Asa Wareham, Jackman, Wyatt Gay, Plymouth, Daniel Lavon, Old Orchard Beach, Richard Patone, Monson, Abram Landry, York, Derek Rader, Hiram, Jonathan Bell, Ashland, Taylor Condon.
This ain't looking good. This ain't looking good.
All right, let's go back, folks.
Cut it out.
Here we go. Caribou, Michael Laddie. Fort Kent, Mark DeShane. Liberty, Joshua Jewett. Bassboro, Dean Gosselin. St. David, Heather Washington. Hebron, Michael O'Connor. Bassboro, Frank Mason. Sebago, Edward Turdy. Winthrop, Spencer Richardson. Mechanic Falls, Jesse Pelletier. Newport, Bradley Graves. St. Albans, Russell Hall. Washburn, Janelle Woodcocks. Detroit, Maine. Craig Reeser, Strong. Alan Luce. Holly, Pennsylvania. Jeremy Forbright. Warrington, John Arthur. Rumford, Stephen Hansen. Corinna, Sarah Dix. Howland, Scott Foster. Perry, Scott Frazier. Newark, Connecticut, Mark Hiller. Milo, Daniel Husseltine. Sauhegan, Christopher Fortuno. North Berwick, Jonathan Lewis. Pleasant Ridge Plantation, Deanna Robinson. Bangor, Giles Dewey. Richmond, Darrell Moody. Hancock. Zone 4, October. Bowl. Hancock, Russell Tucker. Paul Brown. Etna, Andrew Brown. West Enfield, Gene Snow. Dixon, Gary Brooks. New Sweden, Scott DeSroser. Sydney, Alan Burton, McKee. Northeast Harbor, Liam Harrington. West Gardner, Addison Polis. Carmel, Nicholas Wilson. Oxford, Howard Thurston. Poland, Lucian Kinnear. Auburn, David Kirk. Cooperstown, New York, Arthur Calhoun. Lindenburg, New Hampshire, Michael Michaela. Moose River, Maine, Eugene Worcester. East Waterboro, David Stevenson. Lincoln, Glenn Tolman. Alfred, John Morton. Nottingham, Pennsylvania, William Thomas. Mapleton, Hannah Argaves. Forkstown, Maine, Ray Fuller. Auburn, Maine, Amy Benner. Northborough, Burke. Kenneth Place. Madawaska. Gerard Jassy. Berwick, Daniel Doucette. Somerville, Layla Peasley. Leamington, Braden McLaren. Bangor, Jeff Tunison. Westbrook, Craig Anderson. Whitefield, Jacob Trendler. Washington, Lori Chapman. Corinth, Eric Longford. Warren, Gary Bassett. Wallagrass, Armand Marquis. Plymouth, Hayden Levin. Jackman, Shane Beatty. Wyndham, Thomas Senior. Herman, Nicholas Crosby. Mapleton, Aaron Westrack. Hiram, Rosalind Day. Bangor, Terry Ham Morris. Guilford, Cameron Kendall. York, Don Kugel. Lebanon, Scott Colwell. Edmonds, Lisa Layton. Farmingdale, Shane Abbott. Ellsworth, Cameron Clough. Heartland, George Koenig. Orono, Matthew Ewing. Dedham, David Mola. Macklehawk, Sarah Thornton. South China, Heather Holt. Hope, Jaden Goski. Dennisville, White Nigley. Leeds, Mark Dubay. Winslow, Victor MacArthur. Monmouth, Eric Jones. Dover Foxcroft, Joshua Reed. Lowborough, Michael Ward. Jay, Justin Lee. Thompson, Kevin Schofield. Madrid, Sheila Driscoll. Madison, Sawyer Bronson. Porter, Travis Weeks. Stratford, Connecticut, Brian Warlow. Poland Spring, Mark LaJoy. Leesburg, Pennsylvania, Lisa Rayland. Bowden, Glenn Cloutier. Allagash, Jason Dagnan. Blue Hill, Chelsea Horton. Fort Fairfield, Ryan Duff.
Okay.
Must be close to it.
Garland, Robert Markey, Twinsburg, Ohio. Tanner and Larka. Jackman, Nathan Jalbert. Du Bois, Cynthia Gay. Hebron, Courtney Jones. Bath, David Willett. Freeman Township, Delbert Reed. Hiram, Kane Whiting. Windsor, Alexander Cromwell. Mapleton, Marshall Dick. Standish, Caleb Mulkern. Millbridge, Alton West. Limestone, Jordan Louser. North Yarmouth, Karen Stratter. Northport, Travis Spencer. Hancock, Brittany Burke. Fort Kent, Ethan Boulay. Turner, Scott McLaughlin. Lemoyne, Earl Smart. Belgrade, Jason Labby. Smyrna, Carolyn Johnson. Peru, Michelle Neely. Emden, Gabriel Phillips. Albion, James Mishu. Fairfax, Vermont, Mark Thing. Wyndham, Ryan Stewart. Prentice, Floyd Picard. St. Agatha, Crystal Parody. Livermore Falls, Gabriel Mason. Acton, Blake Long. Cary Plantation, Sarah Graham. Linneus, Bruce Curry. Monson, Christy Saragosa. New Sweden, David Therian. Holton, Colby Dunn. Cambridge, Douglas Wright. Bridgewater, Rodney Brewer. Mount Vernon, Justin Brickett. Elliott, Thomas Hundley. New Portland, Richard Scoville. Danforth, Mitchell Bartlett. Madawaska, Brianna Roulette. Dayton, David Harris. Winterville Plantation, David Drake. Brewer, Peter Enman. Callis, Rebecca Blake. Norway, Korea Morse. Allagash, Kimberly Hafford. Middlefield, Connecticut, Stephen Walk. Orland, Edward Burl. Elliott, Lloyd Dolman. Allagash, Daniel Daigle. Somerville, Joe Staples. Bingham, Hunter Mills. Dexter, Paul Ricada. Ellsworth, James Cohen. Bingham, Jeffrey Viscowacki. Bradford, Robert Miller. Hiram. There you go. Mexico, Timothy Shycock. Skowhegan, Michael Daughtry. Smithfield, Stephen Swindell. Turner, Danny Small. Highland Falls, Michael Dufour. Dutour.
Wyndham, Rachel Bolger. Windsor, Scott Cater. Haynesville, Brody Rouse. Biddeford, John Henderson. Peru, Travis Dragoon. Poland, Diane Carter. Alexander, Hunter Snowman. Mariahville, Galen Fishburne. Porter, Alexander Locke. Odenham, Kathy Misher. Drake, Mass, Ryan Charette. Littleton, Robert Matthews. Hartford, Timothy Spencer. Fort Kent, Robert Pelletier. Atkinson, Ethan Robinson. West Forks, Brian Clayton. Hodgson, Lenny Quint. Skowhegan, Nash Landry. Canaan, Denise Steckus. Washburn, Daniel Cody. Pittston, Matthew Swindells. Glenburn, Joshua McGuire. Denver, John Steele. Charlottesville, Pennsylvania, Kevin Shapler. Jackman, Natalie Smith. Monmouth, Rick Frost. Dexter, Ashley Gould. Parsonsfield, Danielle Flint. Medway, Galen Kimball. Anson, Anthony Munn. Boston, Massachusetts, Ryan Summers. Cape Natick, Marissa Maddox. Mercer, James Tibbetts. Turner, Stanley Sampson. Hollis, Joshua Parsons.
I know enough people in this business, you guys get a permit. No. Harborside, Maine, John Bateman. Sydney, Maine, Joseph LaJoy, Phillips, Maine, Conley Gould, Greenville, Maine, Tyler Conley. Keysville, New York, Shane Neal, Livermore, Maine, Robert Tracy, Greenville Junction. Lance Owen, Robert Tracy is his own native Annapolis. Greenville Junction, Lance Owen, Millinocket, Maine, Arthur Dickey, Benton, Maine, Jamie Foster, Henry, Maine, Ryan Orlando, Rua, Maine, Deanne Devine, Alexander, Maine, Stacy Newman, Sarah, Maine, Gerald Butts, Alfred, Maine, Thomas Stereo, Harold, Maine, Michael Shimlin, Patton, Maine, Carol Bates, Green, Maine, Cameron Bolduck, Sanford, Maine, Michael Hunter, Lambert Lake, Maine, Lindsay McGregor, Knobsack, Maine, Richard Layton, Wells, Maine, Irvin Harris, Hartland, Maine, Leonard Wheeler, Dexter, Maine, Heath Mountain, Frenchville, Maine, Steve Bossy, Eagle Lake, Maine, David DeVoe, Hartford, Maine, Ryder Bragg, Millbridge, Maine, Lewis Kerr, Bedford, Maine, Benjamin Jerome, Princeton, Maine, Tina Crow, Westbrook, Maine, Brandon Wood, Montville, Maine, Greg Robbins, Belfast, Maine, Juliana Brindle, Warrenville, Maine, Warrenville Township, Maine, Dave Poland, Oakville, Maine, Andrew Lewis, Limestone, Maine, John Portolan, Windsor, Maine, Chad Abbott, Fort Kent, Maine, Tom Bozine, Greenberg, Spain, Jonathan Ward, Wyndham, Maine, Michaela Goslin, Stetson, Maine, Justin Torrey, Aldridge, Maine, Don McBride, Millbridge, Maine, Joshua Price, Waldgrove, Maine, Dennis Howard, Sydney, Maine, Kelly Dyer, Millbridge, Maine, Randy Jellison, Leeds, Maine, Deborah Thompson, Walton, Maine, Richard Patterson, Friendship, Maine, Dylan Reed, Bolton, Maine, Stephen Foster, Fort Victor, Maine, Robert Ireland, Etna, Maine, John Merrill, Great Pond, Maine, Beverly Ruby, Carmel, Maine, Raymond, St. Albans, Maine, Sheila Sherburne, Fairburn, Maine, Isaiah Sigmund, West Paris, Maine, Roger Bashan, Grand Isle, Maine, Guy Matthew, Berwick, Maine, Roland Ricker, Mexico, Darren Reese, Whitaker, Maine, Austin Harris, Daniel, Maine, Danielle Boyd, West Newfield, Maine, Douglas Guerin, Robert, Maine, Gary Lawrence, Wigan, Maine, Justin Clark, Wilmore, Maine, Danielle Gallo, Albion, Maine, Jason Couliot, Gray, Maine, Paul Bernard, Fayette, Maine, Mark Struck, Blue Hill, Maine, Timothy Horton, Jackman, Maine, Astrid Grindle, Warren, Maine, Michael Jones, Green, Maine, Ian Poland, Southwick, Mass, John Rock, Oakville, Maine, Zachary Reynolds, Greenville, Maine, John Smith, Myers Hills, Danica Taylor, Brunswick, Maine, William Sanford, Addison, Maine, William Burnett, Swanville, Maine, Mark Logan, Clifford, Maine, Mark Seminole, Walker, Maine, David Foley, Putnam, Maine, Curtis Hall, Orange, Maine, Alden Buster, Buckfield, Maine, Kelly Richard, Senator Ossipee, New Hampshire, Dana Crew, Richmond, Mass, Anthony Cassidy, Milwaukee, Maine, Dan Bradley, Warren, Maine, Wendy Stewart, Norfolk, Mass, Dr. James, West Enfield, Maine, Roger Vaughn, Lincoln, Maine, Jerry Bill, William, Maine, Laura Smith, South Berwick, Maine, Jeremy Davis, Pasco, Maine, David White, Southeastern Maine, Nicole DeFore, Medway, Maine, Nicholas Dickerson, Durham, Maine, Lisa Blake, Stanford, Maine, Merton Garish, Clifton, Maine, John Center, Corinna, Maine, Dennis Allen.
New Sharon, Bradley Greenlee, District 5, October. Presque Isle, Harley Higgins, Union, Dana Beardsley, Fort Kent, Kevin Anderson, Dayton, Ryan Dennis, Berlin, Maryland, Walters, Smakolsky, Bowden, Maine, Brant McCulloch, Brookston, Cole Grass, St. Albans, Moby Morris, Newport, Alan Anderson, Windsor, Nathan Scott, Robinson, Darren Morrill, Windsor, Cheryl Granquist, Jackman, Justin Wright, Newcastle, Gabriel Hanley, Hanson, Mason King, Brownville, Michael King, Mount Vernon, Douglas Stevens, Greenville, Andrew Park, New Gloucester, Kevin Smith, Danforth, Sarah Slaughter, Mount Vernon, Richard Lilly, Livermore Falls, Stephen Mason, Herman, Darren Pelletier, Westbrook, Michael Harriman, Wells, Connor Whitten, South Berwick, Thomas Lord, Milford, Robin Tardif, Bradford, Kendra Page, Thornville, Leah Dorr, Pasco, Jason Patino, Leamington, Jared Edson, Chesterville, Adam Ramos, Parsonsfield, Kimberly Dunnels, Medway, Peyton Taylor, Gardner, David Wilson, Windsor, Brianna Winslow, Trescott Township, Cameron Matthews, Hartford, Jackson Hooper, Lisbon, Kevin Fournier, Coley, Ruby Copel, Clinton, Amanda Kimball, Oakland, Jenny Greenlaw, Waterville, Salvatore Capone, Lieutenant Harbor, Brian Dyer, Wyndham, Frank Parsons, Levy, Keene Emery, Ellsworth, Thomas Canavan, Hartswell, Ashley Lowe's, Harrison, Lucy Murphy, Mercersburg, Pennsylvania, John Bender, Bucksport, Maine, Albany Pickering, West Gardner, Cameron Knowles, Freiburg, William Harriman, Well, Paul Elmendorf, Skohegan, Lady McGowan, Thomaston, Arthur Jerosi, Augusta, Stephanie Shaw, Newport, Robert Dale, West Bath, Angela Fox, Madrid, Monica Huntington, Lewiston, Jeffrey Morris, Pinnevant, Gregory Stanley, Lebanon, Pennsylvania, David Martin, Monson, Maine, Dennis Ramey, Fulton, Wayne Elliott, Cornish, Randy Nelson, Fulton, Weston Moore, Sorrento, Michael Parker, Garland, Thomas Hartford, Canaan, John Clark, Bellingham, Massachusetts, Peter Morrow, Lebanon, Maine, Alan Barker, Shapley, Michael Howard, Machias, Harold Brown, Rodenham, Jacob Burns, Littleton, Charles Clark, Jefferson, Lemon Creamer, Greenfield, Kelly Johnson, Amherst, Brittany Anderson, Canada, Lori Boothby, North Berwick, Jacob Chamberlain, Skohegan, Janice Misner, Eastbrook, Brenda Dickens, Monticello, Chance Blue, Allagash, Darla Newman, Blue Hill, Andrew Arsenal, Advanced Township, Benjamin Morrison, Hartford, Catherine Henderson, Lincolnville, Craig Lukes, St. George, Frederick Carey, Wyndham, Timothy Strout, Standish, Kaylee Nelson, Sydney, James Lee, Millinocket, Roger Lehman, Danforth, Stephanie Robinson, Binghamton, New York, Gerald Chair, Williston, Maine, Gary Ely, Dixfield, Scotty Bressett, and Union, Robert Bissett.
From Chapman, Maine, Billy Brooker. Princeton, Nolan Sewell. Sydney, Carol Evans. Wyndham, Eugene Gallant. Monroe, Cassandra Moody. Williamsburg Township, Stephen LaCroix. Dover Foxcroft, Charles Merrill. Norwich Rock, Robert Crosby. Belgrade, Craig West. Durham, Zachary Morris. Holton, Diana Harvey Schiffzig. Eagle Lake, Nicholas Loveton. Herman, Landon Ryan. Stonington, Dennis Rollins. Millbridge, Christopher Look. Smyrna Mills, Lillian Anderson. Brigantine, New Jersey, Andrew Elefante. Deloitte, Derek Gay. St. Albans, Daniel Butler. Steuben, Jesse Stanwood. LaGrange, Bobby Pierce. Lisbon Falls, Randall Bickford. Biddeford, Ronnie Robinson. Herman, Holly Chamberlain. Jackson, James Watts. Holden, Drake Clark. Herman, Travis Woodrow. Keenan, David Gilman. Owl's Head, Stephen Ladd. Danforth, Isaac Crone. New Gloucester, Bruce Sarton. May, Idaho, Hagen Eifert. East Waterboro, Andrew LaSalle. Frankfurt, Jamie Lyland. Belgrade, Ralph Gordon. North Berwick, Hiley Ritchie. West Paris, Andrew Merrill. Sandlerhorn, New Hampshire, Brian Francoeur. Acton, Matt Hayden. Morgantown, West Virginia, Francis Morava. Elliott, Robert Nichols. Manorville, New York, Philip Bouvier. Fort Fairfield, Benjamin Dorsey. Oakland, Jeremy Buzzell. Biddeford, Alex Westbury. Arundel, Luke Rochu. Brownville Junction, Lawrence Morrill. Buxton, Michael Steffen. Greenville Junction, Michael Ward. Bridgewater, Kyle Penner. Passadumke, Tyler Marston. Hamlin, Joan Doucette. Waterford, Janelle Weymouth. Ellsworth, Ron Hand. Auburn, Larry Proctor. Princeton, Stephen Braley. Fort, David White. Fort Kent, Donald LeClaire. Wyndham, Josh Michaud. Millbridge, Carson Beal. Biddeford, Rodney Morin. Hudson, Ira LePage. Tiverton, Rhode Island, Oscar Val. Fairview, Shane Terrio. South Berwick, Dana Mountain. West Enfield, Mark Tash. Machiasport, Gabriel Pittman. Farmington, Joe Pelkey. Carmel, Donna Mahone. Sabattis, Robert Hayden. Brigantine, New Jersey, Frank Farratrop. Allagash, Lori Moon. Millbridge, Megan Grover. Fort Fairfield, Derek Merchant. Belgrade, Chantel Brochu. Woolwich, Natalie Potter. Fort Kent, Cindy Dooley. Acton, Forrest Leslie. Old Town, Douglas McDougall. Jefferson, Jamie Chambers. Portland, Christopher Blanchard. Milford, Ronald Wilbur. Saco, Michael Ward. Fairfield, Larry Stinson. Dayton, Richard Martin. Woodland, Evan Lee Robertson. Mueller, Robert Baker. Lincoln, Luther Tripp. Lewiston, Aaron Hayes. Meadowview, Virginia, Richard Boyd. Hudson, Michael Canway. Alfred, Malcolm Roberts. Wyndham, Sean White. Emden, Jeffrey Sincere. Jonesboro, Darren Prout. Alston Lake, New York, Joshua Ross. Norway, Jonathan Roberts. Wisconsin, Jeffrey Hunter. Kingman, Brandon Belkley McLaughlin. Westlake, Donald Boston.
Augusta, Elijah Bland. Millinocket, Donna Derry. Merrill, Kevin Urbanski. Poland, Albert Bartlett. Austin, Shelby Stanhope. Ripley, Alistair Crow. Old Town, Kristen Thompson. Thorndike, Eric Wright. Windsor, Connor McSweeney. Lexington, Kentucky, Ward Wilson. Baileyville, Melanie Howard. Ellsworth, Gregory Gary. Phillips, David Broadway. Plymouth, Renata Good. Hodgson, Olivia Gary. Raymond, Grant Galileo. Pusick Falls, New York, Matt Drescher. Escalando, California, Randall Blanco. Millinocket, Nathan Andrew. Dash, Richard Cowboy. Brunswick, Patrick Nishu. East Millinocket, Isaac Adams. Mount Desert, Diane Miller. Winterport, Diane Cleave. Standish, Troy Burke. Westbrook, Matthew McInnes. East Brook, Linda Davis. Portage Lake, Derek Walker. Auburn, Kyle Stanstrom. Falmouth, Paul Hoffman. Woodland, Harold Hardy. Waterville, Andrew Spear. Brewer, Bradley Porter. Holton, Wayne Thibodeau. Livermore, Philip DeBurge. James, Monmouth, Robert Foster. Dexter, Carlson Harrington. Old Lyme, Connecticut, March Hurley. York, Donald Walston. Carmel, David MacArthur. Terry, Brooke Brooker. Harrison, Tony Campbell. Lebanon, Clint Stewart. Lincoln, Alan Lane. Berwick, Matthew Peniel. Edinburgh, Edward Poser. Leamington, William Coleman. Alfred Lucas Paradise. Raymond, Steve Trace. Bob Slade. Alex Pickle. Fort Kent, Crystal Monroe. Monroe, Eugene Kelly. Lovell, East Day. Winthrop, Jeremy Pomelo. Scarborough, Kevin Smith. Waterville, Howard Cohen. Turner, Crosby Road. Elliott, Mary Whitman. Bradley, Yvette Ford. Northfield, Peter McDonald. Wallagrass, Morgan DeBoy. Northampton, Joseph Jenks. Richmond, Don Savage. Kits Island, Douglas Wilbur. Carmel, Ethan Bagside. Lyman, Scott Politsky. Surrey, Justin Kelly. Frenchville, Sarah Pelletier. Kelsey, William Barrington. Devin, Jason Curtis. Holton, Charles Gunther. Holton, Larry Williams. Jackman, Joseph Fontaine. Leonard, Maya Tippett. West Bath, Darrell Coffin. Gray, Kevin Ball. Standish, Bruce Jackson. Prescott, Jeremy Dugal. Milo, Cammy Rosali. Belgrade, Jared McGover. Grand Isle, Rodney Sucia. Sydney, Joseph Griffin. Wilton, Pamela Gillette. Franklin, Bradley Tracy. West Ave, Sean Schmidt. South Berwick, Jacob Lizette. Elmira, St. James Louis. Savannah, Scott Peacock. Brunswick, Jared Colombo. Harry, George Harris. Madawaska, Natalie Netter. Hickory, Daniel Tobias. Pasco, Alvin Cody. St. Albans, Heathland Nicholas. Oakland, Darrell Everett. Lyman, Gary Dignew. New Limerick, William Belsmore. Nashville, Scott Hensey. West Paris, Michael Rose. Lebanon, Peter Matupoulos. There's still more to come.
Plain, Shelley Lento. Wales, Taylor Smith. Medway, Emmy Latham. Montville, Sherry Fuller. Jackman, Alan Lemire. Levant, Tracy Black. Fulton, Daniel Howe. Mechanic Falls, Joshua Bagel. Raymond, Jacob Buckley. Durham, George Giraldi. Alfred, Nancy Joslin. Wellington, Joshua Gray. Lebanon, Ryan Tibbetts. Washington, John Houlihan. Kennebunk, Scott Wentworth, Harmony, Kenton Weigelt, Patton, Maisie Cullen, Bucksport, Bruce Sullivan, Palermo, Michael O'Brien, Parkman, Ethan Cooley, Old Orchard Beach, Richard Cole, Greenville, Brian Latham, Liberty, David Ray, Somerville, Colby Tessio, Littleton, Paul DeVoe, North Berwick, Cole Lovejoy, Brownville, Joseph Conley, Lebanon, Eric Amaro, Alma, Michael McAtee, Milford, Michael Blaze, Sangerville, Andrew McGonigal, Thompson, Christopher Dwinell, Lewiston, Andrew Walton, Bolton, Gary Tucker, Parkman, Cedric O'Donnell, Concord Township, Tyler Rentz, Harpswell, Kristen Grafflin, Pittsfield, Sandra McNeil, Starks, Joseph Hayden, Pembroke, Dennis Batchelder, Waterville, Raymond Silvestri, Newburgh, Thomas Hutchinson, Newburgh, Andrew Karachev, Fort Kent, Katie Lavassa, Oxford, Ryan Preston, Greenman, Cole Poland, Cornville, Robert Washburn, Wiscasset, Mason Gray, Caribou, David Curran, Cary Point, Paul Blanchett, Industry, Karen Kane, West Bath, Linda Lamar, Thompson, Nicholas Sweeney, Corinth, Bruce Bowman, Palmyra, Ivan Bates, Rutland, Timothy Amberg, Fort Fairfield, Rachel Milliard, Parkman, Katie Landry, Bucksport, Nathan Knox, Orland, Dana Trumbull, Madison, Bentley Lafreniere, Monroe, Troy Moody, Hartland, Terry Booth, Bangor, Peter Borgia, Richmond, Justin Bacon, Corinth, Dustin Dugan, North, Joel Goldstein, South Portland, Willard Shannon, Millinocket, Braden Osborne, Ashland, Elder York, South China, Ryan Page, Hollis Center, Stephen Sayer, Callis, Craig Morrison, Wells, Eric Valancourt, Dixfield, Owen Latarte, Bowden, Wayne Karen, Thomaston, Justin Spicer, Milford, Patricia Davis, Jonesboro, Stephen Patron, Mattawamke, Joseph McNeil, Brownville, Gerald Witham, Machias, Nils Whitman, Vassaro, Paul Brown, Orono, Tyler Morrison, Old Town, Molly, Slough White, Van Buren, Joshua Grissett, Freeport, Camilo Profeno, Windsor, Darrell Chase, Millinocket, Keith Ruby, Farmington, Lisa Brown, New Boston, James Dyer, West Gardner, Nicholas Collins, Ripley, Hannah Dean, Elliott, William Leonard, Saco, Mark Sevigny, Brunswick, Desmond Morris, Livermore, Grace Hamarties, Blue Hill, John Candage, Roxbury, Joseph Blanchard, and Dexter Edward Chase.
Litchfield, Daniel Conlon, Pittsburgh, Braden Merrill, Dexter, Christopher Richards, Washington, Stacy Bowman, Baileyville, Willis Damon, Hancock, William Martin, Acton, Derek Gabarou, Dover Foxcroft, Eric Campbell, Mechanic Falls, John Beal, Grand Isle, Morgan Sear, Sanford, Keith Cole, South Monmouth, Hayden Montang, Gray, Shannon Solenzike, Industry, Consuelo Webb, South Berwick, Samuel Murray, Charleston, Cody Roy, Winthrop, Luke Emery, Chapman, James Churchill, Corona, John Scully, Harrison, Jackson Bartlett, Winthrop, Amanda Sidlick, Connor Township, Nathan Haney, Vassalboro, Jeremy Cody, Sport, Ryan Millay, Waterville, Chad Nelson, Hancock, Melissa Jin, Wells, Donald Whitten, Lincoln, Kenneth Thurlow, Gray, Landon Brewer, Passamaquoddy, Delbert Spencer, Gardner, Joel Davis, Fort Kent, John McBain, Brooksfield, Benjamin Friedman, Milford, Brian Gould, Mexico, Corey Dyer, Ludlow, Larry Olmsted, Harrison, Justin King, Millinocket, Alexis Stevens, Rangeley, Joanne House, Portage, Michael Violet, Van Lake, Jacob Merritt, Saco, Daniel Duty, Waldeboro, Jonah Dickinson, Brewer, William McDougall, Jay, Blake Semino, Brunswick, Logan Oilet, Whitefield, David Jackson, Appleton, Randy Edgecombe, Carroll Plantation, David McLaughlin, Newburgh, Bentley Sear, Vinyl Haven, Cody Hamilton, Mars Hill, Cindy Lovely, Woodland, James King, Allagash, Chelsea Bernier, Woodville, Anthony Cox, Booth Bay, Joshua Miller, Walpole, Helen Rice, Yarmouth, Mark Mueller, Monticello, Benjamin Corey, Bremen, Shannon McLaughlin, St. Francis, Tyler Jondro, Turner, Brenda Gammon, Levant, Michaela Sprague, Millinocket, Linda Emery, Booth Bay, Randolph Pinkman, Poland, Jarrett Powers, Beasy, Tucker Clapp, Scarborough, Jeffrey Caldwell, Turner, Bruce Sinclair, Saco, Ramses Peter Hogg, Sabatis, Greg Christensen, Mechanic Falls, Franklin Stone, Greenville Junction, Jeffrey Rickard, Madison, Van House, Caswell, Tyler Morgan, Ludlow, Michelle Barrows, Alton, Robert Leland, Bangor, Sarah Fearon, Turner, Winston Gilbert, Holden, Kenneth Dowling, Fort Fairfield, Robert Kill Collins, Bowden, Jordan Saucier, Livermore, Rivers Burrington, Auburn, Mark Bubar, North Waterboro, Stephen Allen, Heartland, Jason Robinson, Levant, Julie Nicholas, Pownell, Donna Green, Fort Kent, Emma Desjardins, Hiram, David Estes, Suben, Jerry West, Orrington, Dominic Chacon, Rockport, Nathan, Bayan Mooney, Dixfield, Mateo Wilson, Dexter, Kenneth Maurer, Fort Fairfield, Sean Rogers, Alton, Andre Bignall, Millinocket, John Glidden, Gray, Joseph Rickey, East Orland, St. Hill, Cognetta.
Manchester, Larry Dean, Fort Fairfield, William Wiseman, Prescott, Derek Fitzsimmons, Farmington, Julian Reynolds, Fort Kent, Sean Jondro, Centerville, James Kane, Augusta, Sylvia Roy, Millbridge, Charles Willie, Frankfurt, Jason Holmes, Poland Springs, Raymond Brew, Lewiston, Daniel Lynch, Orono, Douglas Palmer, Winslow, Robert Smith, St. Agatha, Patricia Gagnon, Carabasset Valley, Mark Leathers, Greenville Junction, Michael Brown, Brewer, Peter Hilliard, Newburgh, Colby McLeod, Windsor, Tia Tibbetts, Whitefield, Kenneth Wells, Odenham, Isabella West, South Portland, Lance Udamach, Holton, Mark Fitzpatrick, Chelsea, Joseph Kennedy, Levant, Roland True, Harrison, Clifford Hemingway, Wyndham, Kevin Gardner, Buxton, Connor Redland, Morrill, Sandra Peeler, Lincoln, Leslie Hafford, Windsor, Joshua Dimmers, Long Pond, James Stevens, Woolwich, Lawrence Rowe, Levant, Dustin Sear, Powell, Sean Randall, Limerick, Gregory Olson, Marshfield, Randy Harmon, Passabunkhead, James Seeley, Lyman, Aiden Colchetti, Whiting, Herbert O'Brien, Brewer, Greg Stewart, West Buxton, Scott Lighton, East Millinocket, Kevin James, Swanville, Alden Leonard, Northport, Rodney Crooker, Ellsworth, Caitlin Gillian, Brunswick, George Bernier, Augusta, Jordan Clark, Starks, Robert Hughill, Carmel, Daniel Jameson, Columbia Falls, Jeremy Rook, Standish, Jacob Pelota, Poland, Kelly Reardon, Smyrna, Joshua Anderson,
Brewer, Summer, Shakewell, Bodenham, Scott Gallant, Biddeford, Levi Quint, Bridgeton, George Bassett, Durham, Chandler Bridgham, Frenchville, Sean Goyette, Lasardis, Matthew Carney, Belgrade, Matthew Nicholas, Litchfield, Curtis Wheeler, Orland, Ellen Sofer, Chelsea, Theron Dudley, Rose Block, that's a name, Adam Tilton, South Portland, Brian Smart, Millbridge, Keegan Field, Augusta, Zachary Wenzel, Bowden, Michael Haskell, South Berwick, Sean Kelly, Lisbon, Anthony Hayes, Jackson, Donald Hayes, Augusta, Philip Stratton, Frenchville, Michael Legassi, Allagash, James Moon, Westbrook, Christina Ash, Brownville, Peter Astock, Machias, Chase Ansel, Williamsburg Township, Maine, Kelsey LaCroix, Buxton, Caleb Cook, Wells, Christopher Rand, Millbridge, Kevin Kirby, Millbridge, Jared Darris, Castle Hill, Casey Weber, Vassalboro, Jessica Cunningham, West Gardner, Paul Follows, East Machias, Aubrey Smith, Presque Isle, Matthew Kill Collins, Frenchville, Roger Dubay, Eastbrook, Sean Desjardins, Brewer, Candy Sue Zuno, Cornville, Anna Canales, Fort Fairfield, Brian Bubar, Bangor, Donald Baker, Ripley, Annaline Wolf, Richmond, Arthur Johnson, Eagle Lake, Wyatt Sorois, Auburn, Douglas Smith, Winthrop, Joseph Mancino.
Wyndham, Julia Feeney, Rumford, Lawrence Perry, Chesterville, Haley Ann Kelly, Roxbury, Matthew Patino, Portland, Kane Mundy, Smithfield, Keith Wild, Pittsburgh, Nicholas Dowdy, Portland, Kylie Gosling, Millbridge, Brandon Beaver, Porter, Peter Locke, Rumford, Dakota Wilhoit, Monmouth, Patricia Weymouth, Atkinson, Denali Smith, Waldeboro, Sean Trott, Brookton, Matthew Shea, Charleston, Jared Kenstead, Steve Falls, Scott Boyd, Presque Isle, Dana Drake, Bradley, Marshall Connery, Ebini, Kimberly French, Falmouth, Cameron Ferrante, Georgetown, Haley Parsons, Greenville, David Falkenham, Caribou, Randy Petrie, Alna, Victor Edgecombe, Charlotte, Sonia Seeley, Sabattis, Laurent Grondin, Jonesboro, Nicholas Pino, Dedham, Brent Hardy, Gorham, Nicholas Dunlop, Cape Elizabeth, Mitch Waxman, Elliott, Michael Correo, East Machias, Lee Han Bronson, Lincoln, Victoria Blasma, Willimantic, Chad Davis, Westbrook, David Tuback, Eastbrook, Mark Ginn, Greenville, James Zila, Charlotte, Beatrice Cheney, Oakland, Melanie Bigmar, Addison, William Gray, Wilton, Joshua Phillips, Elliott, David Norier, Saco, Nellie Davis, Rangeley, George Poland, Norway, Kyle Udo, Harris, Cody Norton, Wyndham, Josh Pollard, Jackman, Jeffrey Milosky, Peru, Matthew Carter, Falmouth, Elsie Raymond, Brewer, Tyler Beal, Parkman, Carter O'Donnell, Wayne, Gregory Belts, Brownfield, Greg Heslin, Columbia, Nathan Parker, Norwich Rock, Eric Fenton, South Berwick, Kayla Eastman, Lebanon, Rebecca Lady, Parsonfield, Eric Grove, Medway, John Farrington, Norwich Rock, Randy Poirier, Reedfield, Dean Radcliffe, Patton, Piper Cullen, Oxford, Timothy Gamache, North Yarmouth, Joseph Burke, Stowe, Grayson Smith, Lubeck, Brian Newman, Phillips, Keith White, Guilford, Bo Talbot, West Enfield, Robert Port, Appleton, Robin Lower, Newcastle, Campbell Scott, Augusta, Fred Fletcher, Clinton, Stephen Hatch, Oakfield, Evan Brutelier, Winthrop, Billy Cummins, New York, 4A, Annapolis, 1 North. New Gloucester, John Gardner, North Berwick, Nicholas LaFrance, Machias Court, Todd Gray, Owl's Head, David Damery, Wyndham, Eric Yates, Hamden, William Perry, Clinton, Jasmine Ellis, Waldeboro, Leslie Carter, Hodgson, Michael Todd, Crawford, James Staples, Greenville, Jeremy Hargreaves, Stacyville, Todd Lane, Lewiston, Jonathan Lazat, Carmel, Chris Willis, Millbridge, Patrick Beal, West Newfield, Isaac Pettingill, Pasco, Cooper Miller, Pembroke, Russell Layton, Bangor, Franklin Locke, Somerville, Aaron Demond, Wyndham, Keith Boyle, Montville, Joshua Lumen, and Rangeley, Donna Payot-Browski.
Jackman, David Boyd, Lincoln, Scott Pitts, Hanson, Michael Fletcher, Scarborough, Richard Mishu, Austin, Caitlin Jacobs, St. Albans, Jacob Sully Bates, Milford, Ryan Whitmore, Leamington, Richard King, Machias Court, Michael Murphy, Vassalboro, Paul Willett, Sherman, Jacob East, Alatia, Berwick, Peter Holt, Westbrook, Allen, Bruce Works, Vernon, Thomas Fighting, Bourne, Robert Dacey, Wells, Stephen Clough, Berwick, Richard Burrell, Lebanon, Todd Willett, Greenfield Township, James Winslow, Kennebunkport, James Jason, Mapleton, Randolph Michoud, Fulton, Robert Kinney, Scarborough, Stephen Gallagher, Lee, Lindsey Bill, Kristen, Lori Duluth, Danforth, Joshua Barnes, Herman, Stacy Swan, Blaine, Richard Area, Plymouth, David Holmes, Alexandra, Lydia Nadeau, Edna, Amy Graves, Levant, James McLaughlin, St. Albans, Jamie Carter, Allagash, Wesley Holt, Sangerville, Joseph York, Belmont, Joel Burris, Old Town, Garrett Beal, Limerick, Brady Collins, Danforth, Kristen Whiting, Old Town, Danny Canarin, Medway, Matthew Lee, Wyndham, Paul Lassen, Kennebunkport, Timothy Bear, Carthage, Roger Bloom, Bangor, Robert Garland, Rumford, Ricky Merchant, Smithfield, Kyle Page, Burlington, Nicholas Albert, Lubeck, Amy Premier, Louisville, Dennis Radcliffe, Auburn, Jason Porter, Washington, Jonathan Parker, Lisbon, Michaela Driscoll, Arundel, Benjamin LaCoupe, Holton, Maine, Kawan, Tomasta, Martinez, Patton, Benjamin Cullen, J. Michael Badu, Millinocket, Kevin Brady, Upton, Jessica Cologne, Wales, Charles Maselli, Newcastle, Catherine LaVoy, Payman, Joseph Thane, Sabatis, Christopher Ames, Palmaro, Palmero, Rosalind Turner, Norwich Walk, Doris Coleman, Buxton, Walden Charette, Fort Kent, Emily Garrity, Kaden, Connor Henry, Noblesboro, Alan Henley, Mount Chase, Gary Malcolm, Berwick, Charles Bogdan, Ludlow, Kobe Barton, Wyndham, Richard Lovett, Lyman, Paul Grant, Gray, Walter McGraw, Chesterfield, Jill Virgin, Ellsworth, Paul Furlock, Mount Desert, Edward Kinsey, Pembroke, Kinsman Porcel, Eddington, Matthew Monroe, Old Town, Travis Ellis, Warrington, Jeffrey Strang, Burchapper, Brian Garish, Stetson, Aya White, Machias, Lucas Johnson, New Gloucester, Daniel Cody, Greenville Junction, Andrew Sterling, Linnaeus, Robert Irwin, Woodland, Caleb, Farmington, Sullivan, Charles West, Paula Center, Richard Moody, Quebec, Deborah Lilly, Brunswick, Jessica Mahay, Lebanon, Edward Pierce, Cornish, Robert Crosby, Lebanon, Kyle Michael, New Gloucester, Doug Shirlington, Roxport, Colin Rishi, New Gloucester, Joshua Bushy, and Jacqueline Daniel Uden.
Pat and Brandon Savage, Berwick, Scott Cunningham, Manchester, Michael Parker, Baileyville, Darren Gilman, Kenduskeag, Taylor Buzzle, Lee, Jody Coffin, Northport, Edwin Furbish, Lisbon Falls, Scott Winchester, Corinth, Adam Markey, Durham, Robert Smith, Kittery, Joseph Copeland, Greenville, Haley Park, Springville, Joseph Medico, Lincolnville, Anita Michelson, Westbrook, Daryl Shibbles, Cherryfield, Paul Smith, Joel Foxcroft, Charles Scott, Jay, Jeremy Richards, Rumford, Travis Lawton, Lincoln, Lindsey Druin, Hope, Matthew Craig, Bradley, Jeremy Littlefield, Wells, Joseph Freeman, Biddeford, Jeffrey Surin, Parkman, Nicole Johnston, Sebeck, Christopher Gray, Berwick, Cameron Holt, Oxford, Riker Patterson, Danforth, Thomas Mercer, Scarborough, Shannon Lancaster, Sebring, Florida, Earl Temple, Hope, Clifford, Missouri, Easton Chias, Leon Gervais, Brian Kahn, Peter Conway, Elliot Paul Ellis, Boston, Mass, Tyler Ward, Richmond, Braxton Fournier, Acton, Zachary Perry, Argyle Township, Mark Gilman, Booth Bay, Sarah Gentry, Oxford, Heather Langlear, Lemoyne, Brian Frady, Charleston, Rachel Sharp, Gray, David McChuson, Harmony, Dorothy Perry, South Thompson, Natalie Russell, Solon, Megan Cole, Dayton, Matthew LeBlanc, Richmond, Stephen Zeno, Sebeck, Jameson Lilly.
Union, James Miller, Newburgh, Vicky Haskell, Patton, Lily Cullen, Machias, Bedar Zay, Mattawamke, James Lucas, Glenburn, Dominic DiNardo, Old Town, Dana Connery, Monmouth, Chase Poussard, Greenbush, Heather Ireland, Glenburn, Austin Paganzi, West Paris, Caitlin Colbury, Roxport, Joseph Young, Bingham, Joan Martin, Smyrna Mills, Stephen Emery, Winslow, William Green, Ellsworth, V. Paul Reynolds, Holden, Aaron Layton, Old Town, Scott Nickerson, Bridgeton, Jason Thompson, Bridgeton, Timothy Berry, New Portland, David Kendall, Van Buren, Barbara Cody, Seal Harbor, Bruce Walton, Thompson, Matthew Callahan, Turner, Gabriel Crow, Jefferson, Cindy Hager, Wayne, Marvin Parker, Richmond, Sean Bernier, Ellsworth, James Kearns, Kittery, Garrett Robinson, Sorrento, Jacob Dyer, Kennebunk, Luke Williams, Patton, Polly Cullen, Norridgewock, Zachary Audette, Palmyra, Jocelyn Hines, Ellsworth, John Hall, Old Town, Joshua Cottrell, Hamden, Kimberly Hagan, Brunswick, Raymond Chombley, Weld, Miguel Ivergwen, Green, Caitlin Wilcox, Belgrade, Charles Stone, Bangor, Tony Godding, Arundel, Emily Hodgkins, Westport Island, Vito Longobardi, Glenburn, Gregory Benasalti, Gardner, Michelle Kelly, Brooksville, Bradley Jones, Waterboro, Christian Green, Milford, Alexis Taylor. York, Maine, George Gendron, Benton, Carson Foster, Addison, Danny Stubbs, Waldeboro, Michaela White, Wells, Wayne Brown, Naples, Gregory Anderson, Mars Hill, Landon Bell, Searsmont, Lori Lovelace, East Baldwin, Brenda Mossman, Shirley, Zachary Hanson. Milford, Travis Smith. Jackman, John Bashaw. Winslow, Kenneth Audette. Hodgson, Richard Tigg. Livermore Falls, Sean Mayberry. East Orland, Eric Mitchell. Oakland, Derek Defelies. West Paris, Amy Colbury. West Bath, Lucas Cerna. Winnebago, North Carolina, Jason Fuller. Sherman Mills, Logan Guigi. Yarmouth, Logan Adler. Herman, Jonathan McHugh. Robinson, Ryan Johnson. Rumford, Clifford Boynton. Winslow, Stephen Bigelow. Harmony, Seth Mason. Wiscasset, Shauna Roy. Manchester, Jacob Launch. East Millinocket, Glenn O'Donnell. Etna, Wyatt Smith. Farmingdale, Elijah Crockett. Wilton, Alan McGrath. Newport, Teresa Bates. Fayette, Jamie Walters. Winterport, Jeffrey Richards. Old Orchard Beach, Wesley Hurst. Medway, Terrence Smith. Newburgh, Joseph Haskell. Portland, Lillian Sofa. Rangeley, Russell House. Standish, Cody Talbot. Winthrop, David Jeffy. Wyndham, Cooper Power. Hanson, Gage Lane. Wilton, Michael Taylor. Pownell, Genevieve Flynn. Raymond, Maya Ball. Old Town, Christopher Donovan. South Bristol, Robert Mitchell. Augusta, Caleb Young. Ellsworth, Tony Layton. Alfred, Daniel Stearns. Dayton, Russell Carl. Waterville, Drew Nelson. Danforth, Gordon Jackson. Searsport, Dennis Pike. Woolwich, Greg Collins. Freeman, Matthew Taylor. Reedfield, Chris Clark. Hollis Center, Robert Lassard. Lynn, Melissa Barrington. Woolwich, Justin Spear. Ashland, Jeffrey Pathway. Thomaston, Gregory Stewing. Greenville, David Bouchard. Carroll Plantation, Crystal Toby. Lisbon, Dylan Rollins. Livermore, Michael Colello. Lyman, Matthew Piantoni. Freeport, Ron Damon. Otis, Tommy Watkins. Milford, Edward LeBlanc. Cumberland Center, Jay Dennett. Litchfield, John Mead. Hampton, Arthur Carlo. Argyle Township, Kirk Bloomer. Bowden, Neil Postoway. Cherryfield, Christy Creel. New Gloucester, Estelle Romano. Kenduskeag, Robert Boucher. Charlotte, John Sawyer. Dallas, Christopher Dow. Canaan, Scott Holmesby. Dover Foxcroft, Randy Kennedy. Final Haven, Joseph Martin. Turner, Annette Caldwell. Corinth, Dwayne Blanchard. Littleton, Lawrence Schools. Heartland, Hannah Fuller. Fort Kent, Taylor Martin. Oakfield, Mason Swallow. Fort Fairfield, Maurice House. Hartford, Jacob Burmeister. West Paris, Rebecca Richards. Bangor, Henry Wagstaff. Scarborough, Chester Scanlon. Holden, James Gunning. Wilton, Nicholas Ellis.
All right, we're getting close. Chaplin, Maine, Roger Allaire. Norway, Maine, Warren Brown. Fort Kent, Maine, Mackenzie Saucier. Jay, Maine, Sandra Harlow. Oxford, Maine, Alan Larson. Lexington Township. Michael Milbourne, Rockland, Maine. Christopher Anderson. Kennebuck, Maine, Robert Ricker. Mark Burlett, Maine. Mark Town. Wyndham, Maine. Nicholas Cummings. Jackson, Maine. Justin Wildman. Cushing, Maine. Zachary Robbins. Ellsworth, Maine. Ellen Rich. David, Maine. Mike Tukolsky. Ralph, Maine. Seth Gilman. Lebanon, Maine. Shirley Shue. Caribou, Maine. Ned DeBoy. Stonington, Maine. Michael Joyce. Frankfort, Maine. Eric Cohen. Bass Harbor, Maine. Michael Corners. Gorham, Maine. Drew Seidel. Portland, Maine. Josh Trevor. Dresden, Maine. Kyle Fleck. Jackman, Maine. Nicole Harmon. Alfred, Maine. Stephanie Toby. Standish, Maine. Jason Peterson. Jackman, Maine. Adam Harmon. Knox, Maine. Scott Sprague. West Garden, Maine. Ariel Cano. Winthrop, Maine. Ryan Frost. Alfred, Maine. David Morton. Hamden, Maine. Tyler Pohl. Alfred, Maine. Michael Doucette. Greenville Junction, Maine. Jason Hughes. Oxford, Maine, Candace Durgan. South Paris, Maine, William Narrow. Freeport, Maine, Joseph Gilmans. Stetson, Maine, Sherry DeWitt. Sullivan, Maine, Addison Rivers. Palermo, Maine, Douglas Haskell. Mexico, Maine, Adam Terrio. Williamsburg Township, John Russell. Cape Medic, Maine, Edward Neely. Durham, Maine, Heather Provost. Ranger, Maine, David Carey. Thompson, Maine, Michael Tor. Bethel, Maine, Jeremy Moran. Norway, Maine, James Blake. Turner, Maine, Brandy Gurney. Perry, Maine, Dale Mitchell. Mexico, Maine, Serena Terrio. Gray, Maine, Rudolph Lebrec. Bucksport, Maine, Sidney Howard. Dover Foxtrot, Maine, Philip McKinney. Alexander, Maine, Nathan Nether. Troy, Maine, Trenton Ashbury. Walden, Maine, April Harriman. Chaplin, Maine, Trevor McDonald. Lisbon, Maine, Jason Demon. Kingfield, Maine, Tammy Paul. St. Albans, Maine, Corey Hamilton. Presque Isle, Maine, William Sullivan. Laura, Maine, Ronald Gardner. Boston, Maine, Jesse Jordan. Wells, Maine, Brad Grofer. Sangerville, Maine, Reagan Budge. Fairfield, Maine, Carmen Trappier. Serena, Maine, Jonathan Morrill. Chester, Maine, Dakota Badger. Charleston, Maine, Skylar Bowman. Alfred, Maine, Alexander Pilas. Van Buren, Maine, Daniel Cody. Greenville, Maine, Randall Richard. Cape Elizabeth, Maine, Bradley Rucker. Ward, Maine, Connor Bergman. Washington, Maine, Ace Whaler. Lee, Maine, Leslie Terrio. Lewiston, Maine, Paul Clark. Colchester, Connecticut. Holly Bennett. Bangor, Maine, John Lee. Gray, Maine, Brian Boucher. Greenville, Maine, Wayne Plummer. St. Agat. Gary Boucher. West Paris, Maine, Trevor Adams. Ellsworth, Maine, Blake McGee. Peru, Maine, Craig Holmquist. Newport, Maine, Lisa Cohen. Lincoln, Maine, Max Earl Hamill. Portland, Maine, Nathan Barrett. Ronan, Maine, Derek True. Herman, Maine, Megan Mihar. Lebanon, Maine, Sharon Long. Bucksport, Maine, Dylan Garney. Lena, Maine, David Yoder. Carroll Plantation, Maine. Boyd Toby. Princeton, Maine, Julia Sprague. Poland, Maine, Edward Hannon. Oakland, Maine, Thomas Walsh. Smithfield, Maine, Brendan Scully. Quebec, Maine, Jordan Tinker. 20 names left. I want to thank the sponsors and the organizers of the event. I want to thank all of you for hanging into the end. We have 20 names left. Next year we'll see you in Acton. And for those going on their first moose hunt, I highly recommend you look at all the videos, department videos, talk to a lot of people. It's a pretty good deal to go on your first moose hunt. Our goal as a department is to get you on your hunt. We'll work pretty much from now until the start of the hunt to get you there. That's what our goal is, to have a successful hunt. So, without further ado, the last 20 names. Also, I want to thank our staff that put a lot of work into it here. And I just love the enthusiasm here, that's for sure. Someday maybe I'll get one. I was a warden for 21 years, and I ate a lot of moose meat that had pine needles and stuff that people poached all over it. I don't know if I could shoot myself and enjoy it. Here we go. Winslow, Maine, Dustin Walker. Stockton Springs, Maine, Brady Smith. Wyndham, Maine, Nicole Varney. Lisbon, Maine, Amy Scribner. New Canada, Maine, Michael Boutoir. Belfast, Maine, Mark Stovall. Hartsville, Maine, David Taft. Outside Maine, Ryan Hoskin. Addison, Maine, Jessica Morse. Denbyville, Maine, William Demello. Leamington, Maine, Thomas Warden. Bangor, Maine, John King. Arbor, Maine, Jeffrey Haggerty. South Paris, Maine, Tyler Kilgore. Parkman, Maine, Alina Gerber. Manchester, New Hampshire, Brent Boudreau. North Smithfield, Rhode Island, Mark Keene. Sinclair, Maine, Brian Gallagher. Hensonville, New York, Raymond Mitchell. Spring Hill, Florida, Roy Spratler. Scottsdale, Virginia, David Bowen. Lee, Maine, Sean Baker. And last but not least, Richmond, Virginia, Jesse Cram. Thanks again for coming.
Well, we gotta go.
Now we just ask that